Garnet.
You know, the show starts. The show starts, and my headphones won't work. And I'm sitting here wiggling and waggling the cord and just trying to make it just right. And I finally get it right just in time for that.
Good night.
Welcome in, ladies and gentlemen. The Rob Brown Show is on your radio. It is the Fan Upstate. Happy Thursday to you, upstate South Carolina, just after 6 o'clock in the morning.
Hey, Big Daddy, how you doing?
Spectacular. Thank you for asking, Corey. Wonderful to have you. Good to see Corey out on the track last night as Daytona 500 qualifying took place. Joey Logano earns the pole position. We got the duels at Daytona tonight. We got the 500, the old 500 coming up on Sunday. Can't wait. Go fast, turn left, baby. We got a lot of stuff to get to on the radio broadcast today. We got some changes upcoming in the Atlantic Coast Conference. Apparently, who'd have thunk it? Apparently, some of y'all wanted to, as I told Lonzo this morning, not fight, debate, discuss, have general civil, mostly, discourse about my take on the four-letter network yesterday and their ownership of the college football playoffs, of college basketball, and more. We'll come up on that later on in the show. It's Thursday. You know what that means. Coming up at 9:20 this morning, Fight Club with the great one, Lonzo, and no shortage of stuff to get to in Fight Club coming up later on this morning. Rashad Beard going to join us at 8:20. We'll talk some Carolina Panther football later on in the show. We're in a very interesting time now of the NFL offseason because we begin to shift our attention away from the season that was and towards the season that is to be. But first and foremost, we've got the NFL Combine coming up in just 11 days from right now. Then, shortly after that, and by shortly, I mean like 2 months later, we got the NFL Draft. And then, shortly after that, we've got rookie camp. And then we got a couple of weeks off, and then it'll be fall camp. And before you know it, just around the corner, it's going to be the NFL preseason. Just like that. Just like that. So, you know, we got to keep going. We got to keep going with the Panther football with Rashad Beard. That'll be coming up at 8:20. But as it is officially the football offseason, and as there are officially no off seasons on the Rob Brown Show, we got to talk college basketball. The Gamecocks went on the road last night, took it down to the plains of Opelika, Alabama, a highly touted top 15 matchup in the Southeastern Conference. That's about it. It went real bad. It went real bad last night for the Gamecocks. They got beat by a 40-piece by Auburn last night. Not good. And now the question is this a one-off result?
Game over.
Was this one bad night? Was this just an off night for the Gamecocks? Or did Auburn expose them for who they are? We're going to talk about that later on in the show. Clemson. I told you going into their game last night against Miami, I thought that they were on the bubble, a very sturdy bubble, a bubble that they were on the right side of, a bubble I think, a bubble that they were closer towards the tournament than away from it last night at home, a 17-point dub over the University of Miami, a team that was in the Final Four last year.
So when you say sturdy bubble, you mean a bubble that won't burst. Not a fat bubble.
Correct.
Okay. All right.
Correct. We are sturdy, also sturdy. That bubble just sturdy. The bubble was fine under Clemson. It basically was, don't have a catastrophe. Don't give up home court. Don't lose serve in the crib. That's basically it. And they didn't last night. Clemson all over Miami start to finish. So we'll talk about that game and the results because there are a lot of experts who already believed that the Clemson Tigers were in. And now with that win, it feels like at this point, they're pretty much a lock. They're pretty much done. They're pretty much in, unless they go 0 for the rest of the ride, which I have zero reason to believe that they will. So we'll talk Tiger basketball later on in the radio broadcast. We got to get to the National Basketball Association. Steph Curry set a new NBA record last night. After he hit a shot from the tunnel on the other side of the gymnasium, which was beyond impressive.
Wait, during the game?
No, warm-ups.
How's
That would
that?
have been super dope if he did it in the game.
How's that? Yeah, because he would have been out of bounds. But I mean,
By like 30 feet.
Yeah.
He threw the ball from 30 feet out of bounds across the court, made it on the other side.
That's awesome.
It's pretty spectacular.
How's that team doing?
They're floating around 500. They tried to get LeBron James at the NBA deadline and got told no. I don't think they got told no. Tell you what really happened. I don't think Golden State was able to come up with the resources, knowing that you got Steph and LeBron for probably a maximum of 2 more years.
LeBron don't get traded, man. Come on.
The rumor is that Golden State was working on it, that there was the possibility of it happening, that apparently the whole thing was being facilitated by Draymond Green, who was seen dancing up in the club with LeBron not too long before the deadline and was trying to pull the strings on this thing. And basically what it came down to was, and we'll talk about this later in the show, Golden State said, yo, if we bring in LeBron, we got a Steph Bron combination, but we're really only going to have it for like a year and a half. And I think they decided no, because they would have had to give up a lot to make that happen. Plus, on top of that, imagine if you're Lakers brass, right? Imagine as your team hovers around 500, still absolutely in a play-in tournament spot, which is a playoff spot, and then you trade away LeBron James and you bring in a handful of young guys and you tell Anthony Davis, it's cool, man. We got salary cap relief. They are going to mutiny against Jenny Buss. So I'm not shocked that this didn't happen.
Come on. Draymond went and said, yeah, LeBron said it'd come. And LeBron's like, I didn't say that. What?
Yeah, we're going to talk about that later in the show. We have got some golf to get to. The Genesis Invitational taking place this weekend. Y'all know I love me some Tiger Woods, y'all. I do. I like Tiger. I think Tiger's made some mistakes. I think everybody makes mistakes. I don't care about, I care about them, but I don't care about most of them. I care about the big ones. And even the big ones, I'm like, dude, this dude did not have a normal life, like at all. But I think Tiger's had a...
Doesn't excuse the DUI and
I don't disagree with that.
Okay, all right.
I do not disagree with that. That is the one that I hang over Tiger Woods, 100%. DUIs are something I hang over people's head. That doesn't go away. I don't disagree. The stuff with the wife and the Perkins waitresses and all that. Yeah, dude screwed up. What are you going to do? All right. So that being said, Tiger's had a very interesting week this week. Not only is he playing at the Genesis, but he showed up yesterday and he said, my ankle feels real good. I am pain-free for the first time in a long time. I'm ready to roll. This is one of the very few tournaments on the tour he has not yet won. It's a tournament that he helps host, has not won it. Now, we'll talk golf. There's 2 other things. Number one, have you seen Tiger's new merch gear? Right? He quit his relationship with Nike after 27 years or whatever it was. And he rolled out a new line of merch, his own line of merch called Sun Day Red. I say it that way because it is literally capital SUN space, capital DAY space, capital RED.
It took me a second to see the tiger. I got him. Yeah. I'm looking at the logo. I'm like, oh, there it is. Okay. Yeah. It's a tiger.
And I'll tell you, all right, it's It's kind of the most generic logo I've ever seen. They're like, oh, the Tiger's got 15 stripes. It represents his 15 majors. If he ever wins 16, we'll revamp the logo to put a 16th stripe on it. That's all cool. All right, fine, whatever. I don't really get it, man. I don't really get it. But that's not even the big story I wanted to talk about, although I will, because I've seen his merch and I don't like it. The thing that I find most interesting is that quite literally days after the advisors to the Live Tour came out and said that the Saudis said if we speak to our own federal government in their inquiry to the Live Tour merger with the PGA Tour, they would put us in jail for 20 years. 4 days later, Tiger Woods is like, yeah, I think they should keep up the conversation. I think they should keep talking. I think they should still focus on getting a deal done. Don't love that. Don't love that. So we'll talk about that later on in the show as well. You know what I have not done yet? Say hello to Lonzo. Hi, Lonzo. Happy Thursday, bud.
Hello. I am so glad to be here today. That's so disturbing.
I still got that audio.
Joey, my name is Aura, and it is lovely to meet you today.
We want to know how many seconds it's going to take Reba McEntire to sing the national anthem at the beginning of the Super
You
Bowl.
have asked me, how many seconds will it take Reba McEntire to sing the national anthem at the opening Super Bowl ceremony? Is this correct?
Yes.
Great question. I have heard plentiful questions about the Super Bowl this week, but have yet to hear this specific question.
We need you really bad.
I will tell you, according to my database, the duration of the national anthem performance can vary greatly depending on the artist's rendition. In Reba McEntire's case, the data suggests her performance typically falls within the range of 90 to 120
Oh my God,
seconds.
it's the over.
However,
It's over.
this is merely an estimation and not a precise calculation.
Well, we are putting 10 grand on your estimation. Thank you.
Uh-oh. I am not responsible for financial losses. Delete this video and tell no one.
Fair. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Joey. If I could cross my fingers, I would be crossing them.
You made me do that. You did the robot voice. Still good. It's still good. It's still good. It's still funny. I shared that with everybody I knew yesterday.
It's not funny. It's scary.
Have you seen the video yet?
No.
She's like a humanoid.
Yeah, I've seen robot looking the more human. Yeah, I've seen those.
All right.
A lot of them in Japan, people are ordering for reasons. I'm not sure why.
Wait, I meant all right, we have got a ton of stuff that we need to talk about on the show today, and we will get to all of it. But coming up next on the Rob Brown radio broadcast, I know there is no way for me to avoid, hopefully, without getting preachy, as I have been accused of doing on this show and others throughout the years. I don't think we can at least not briefly talk about what happened in Kansas City yesterday. I don't think it can be avoided. It is a horrific incident. It is something that I am almost terrified by the reaction that I had to it. But most importantly, it is tragic. Not that any of these events are more or less tragic than any of the rest, but obviously the fact that it hit during a Super Bowl victory parade, which I've been to one, and it was one of the greatest nights of my life, to have that taken and now know that this thought is going to pervade any time that we all get together for an event like this moving forward. I don't think we can move past it without at least talking about it very briefly. So we'll do that when we come back. My name is Rob Brown. The Great Alonzo is on the ones and twos. The Rob Brown Show Rolls on after this. It is the Fan Upstate.
Smith.
All right, guys, we got a live read. We're coming right back. We're talking about all of that when we get back. Stay right there, y'all. All right, dudes and dudettes, good morning. Steven, Kevin, Mike, what's up? Let's see here. USC lost by how much? 40 points. Again, 40 points. That was, I think the basketball term is bad.
So bad. There's no way I can sing tonight. Here, try these. Vicks Vapor Cool Drops. Yeah, Vicks Vapor Cool Drops has maximum strength menthol with a rush of Vicks Vapors. Ooh, I can already feel it. I told you. So, you ready? I'm ready. Vaporize sore throat pain fast with Vicks Vapor Cool Drops.
Yep, Kevin, we talked a little about the qualifying last night. We'll talk more about it. Oh, Joey Logano back to the top in the pole position. Lonzo, have you ever unleashed your inner Viking?
Every day.
The Rob Brown Show is on your radio. It is the Fan Upstate. Rob and Lonzo with you this Thursday morning. I, for years, have treated this show and have described this show, and it probably made more sense when we were in the afternoon. But I've always said this show is like you and your friends sitting around on some bar stools, knocking back some cocktails and talking about sports. Do we get into the X's and O's? Yeah, just like you would at the bar with your friends. Do we get into the goofy stuff in sports? Yeah, just like you would with your friends. Because if you're out doing that, you want to have a laugh, you want to have a good time. But every now and then something happens that just kind of kills the vibe. It just kind of takes away from that moment. And it is hard to be energetic and enthusiastic and excited about life when we had what happened yesterday happen. You know, sports are, as many of you have told me over the years, Rob, I don't want politics in my sports. I don't want real life in my sports. I don't want any of that in my sports, because it's supposed to be my distraction. I get that in my everyday life. I get that everywhere. I get that at work. I get that at church. I get that in my, at dinner with the family. I get that everywhere else. Sports is where I'm supposed to be able to go to escape all of those things. And I want you to know that, as I have said over the years, sports and real life are not two separate circles. They overlap. Now, if you've listened to the show for 4 years, you know that I think that I try, and I think I do a pretty good job at keeping those two circles as far away from each other as I can. But sometimes they're inevitable. Congress getting involved with the Live Tour. There's no way to not bring Congress into a sports talk conversation there. ESPN getting involved with the college football playoffs and both owning the rights to broadcast it and also having a massive financial investment in the participants in it. And now you've got lawsuits from state attorneys general around the state, around the country. There's no way for me to have that conversation without getting into the politics side of it. But yesterday was supposed to be an incredible day in Kansas City, Missouri. Yesterday was supposed to be a lifelong memory for the people who got to go to that parade. And I know that because I've been to one. Now, granted, Kansas City's had a handful of parades over the past few years. I've had one. I was in New Orleans in 2010 after the Saints won the Super Bowl. They threw a parade as only the city of New Orleans can. We did a wholesale Mardi Gras parade. Got all the Mardi Gras floats out of the warehouse, dressed them all up in black and gold. Our parade was a full-on New Orleans Mardi Gras parade. And I sat there outside of the federal courthouse in downtown New Orleans, Louisiana, with my dad and my mom and my brother and a couple of my uncles and my aunts and all 936 of my cousins. And we all sat there as Drew Brees went by in his float, and they put all the kickers into a float that was shaped like a shoe. Get it? Because they're kickers. It was an incredible night. One of the greatest nights of my life. I'll never forget that. And the fact that I got to share that with my dad before he passed makes it that much better. That is supposed to be an event that creates lifelong memories, especially for the kids that go there. And unfortunately, it did create a lifelong memory. And unfortunately, there are, that we know of so far, 9 kids who will carry the scar of that lifelong memory, and 1 person who was killed during this parade. Now, I am not going to go down the political off-ramp here. Okay? I'm not. I'm just going to say that while there are other platforms and shows to discuss and debate what can be done, what should be done, what needs to be done, how it can be done, how it should be done, I am simply going to use this platform to say something needs to be done. Because sports, I have accepted, sports is our escape from reality. I don't accept it. I embrace it. It is. I can have people that I have nothing in this world in common with. But if we're sitting at a table and they're a Saints fan, we're boys. If I'm sitting at the table and they're a Pelicans fan, even if it's only for 2 hours, 2 or 3 times a week, we're boys. In the Midwest around Kansas City, Missouri, if you got nothing else to talk about with somebody walking down the street, at the very least, you can look across and say, how about them Chiefs? And you guys can have a conversation. Is it vapid? Is it shallow? Hey, maybe, but it's conversation. This is supposed to be the spot where we get away from these things. Are supposed to happen other places. This isn't supposed to happen in this atmosphere. This isn't supposed to happen in that moment of celebration and joy and exuberance and enthusiasm. It's not supposed to. It's not supposed to happen anywhere, ever, at all. But I realize, and I have realized, I'm not the same idealistic, young, bright-eyed, bushy-tailed young man I used to be. I know that sometimes the world sucks. And bad things happen. And bad things happen to good people. Bad things frequently happen to good people. And I'm aware of that. And I think sometimes we all just recognize that the universal forces sometimes are for us and sometimes they're against us, and there's not a whole hell of a lot you can do except keep living your life, hoping for the best, planning for the best, and trying to leave the world a better place than you found it. But man, you're telling me now I got it. Now when I go to large crowds for sports, I got to tell you, I've been a lot of places before. When I was up in New York City not too long ago, and the fiance and I were walking around downtown, you better believe that while I was there enjoying the music and the culture and the art and all that, of course I had a weather eye to the storm, keeping an eye around. Hey, just in case, you never know. When I went to Boston, we walked Boston Green, Boston Common, had the same thought. I know some bad stuff can happen here. Eye up, right? But when I've gone, maybe this is just me. Maybe I'm naive. Maybe I'm an idiot. But when I've gone down to Clemson or over to Columbia for football games, when I've gone up to Charlotte for football games, when I've been in New Orleans for football games, doesn't cross my mind. Doesn't cross my mind. Those things, this is not where that happens. This happens in environments that are politically charged. This happens in environments where there's chaos and conflict. This happens in environments where people are expressing their opinions, and their opinions are very polarizing compared to other people who were there doing the same thing. This happens in Las Vegas. This doesn't happen here. And unfortunately, and maybe you can walk right all over this, and that's great. But unfortunately, I know me, and I know that come the fall, when Georgia plays Clemson in Atlanta, I'm going to that game. It's already been circled. It's like 2 weeks after I get married, or 2 weeks before I get married, I'm going to that game. I've already told the fiance I will be in Atlanta for that game. I'm going to have a hard time walking up to that stadium and not having this run through my brain. When I get over to whatever game I go to at Columbia next year, when I get up to Clemson, when I go up to Charlotte for Saints at Panthers, as I do every year when they come a-calling, I'm not going to be able to get this out of my brain. This was our world. This was our spot. This was the spot where we were all supposed to be able to forget about the fact that people are getting shot in other portions of the country at different places. This is supposed to be the spot where we go to enjoy some fellowship about a thing that all of us love without having to worry about all this. That's where we were supposed to be. And instead of a bunch of parents and a bunch of kids and a bunch of grandparents and a bunch of grandkids and a bunch of brothers and sisters and dads and moms and aunts and uncles and family members of this organization that have dated back decades, generations of Chiefs fans, getting to have another moment. Because I'll tell you this, as a Saints fan, even though that's 3 for Kansas City, even though that's back-to-back, there is absolutely zero guarantee that Lonzo's Chiefs will see another Lombardi. None. The Saints were going to be dominant. They got one. Never got back. So you when you get an opportunity, when you win a championship, you better celebrate it like it's your last, because statistically speaking, it might be. And all these people gathered to celebrate this Lombardi, all of them knowing in the back of the noggin, we may or may not ever get another one. Mahomes or not, we may or may not ever be here. And instead of getting the opportunity to dance in the street and to laugh at a hammered Travis Kelce on stage and to sing a song along with the Walrus and Pat Mahomes, instead of getting to do all of those things, these people had to run for their life. These people had to shelter under picnic tables and benches. These people had to jump behind trees. These people had to run and try to find the cops to get behind them. The cops had to go put their asses on the line against active shooters. Again, I know that 99.999999999% of the people that were there would have had the greatest day of their life. And that, from what we know so far, 3 people ruined it for 1 million. And statistically speaking, those people should be irrelevant, but they're not. They're not. Last number I saw, 22 people injured, 1 dead. I am sad to say that I'm glad to say that it's only 1 person dead, because it could have been dramatically worse. Could have been tremendously worse. And there's nothing to say that number won't grow or change. But 22 shot, 9 of them children. And you stack this up with Vegas and Newtown and Dallas, Uvalde. It's to the point that it's almost losing its shock value to us. It's almost losing its shock value. And now it's happening in places that it's never happened before. It's happening in places that, I don't know, maybe I'm overthinking this, because I know that listening to this station right now and listening to this show are people from all walks of life. I know that listening to the show right now, I know for a fact there's at least 1 cop. I know for a fact there's at least 1 priest. I know for a fact that there is an entire garage full of mechanics that listen to the show every morning. People from every background, every walk of life, every political thought, every religious background. Because that's what sports is at its core. That's what it's supposed to be. It is supposed to be this human element of competition and athleticism and passion and fun, that it doesn't matter what religion you are or what political belief you are or what this you are or what that you are, or what creed or race or gender you are. None of that's supposed to matter. All that's supposed to matter is go Gamecocks, go Tigers, go Panthers, go whatever. And now we got this. And it's awful. It sucks. So, with that being said, and again, my thought here is I'm going to talk about it here and then I'm going to put it to bed. But I'm not going to sit here and preach about what I believe we should be doing or should have done or will do or need to do. We can all do that individually on our own time. Okay? You want to have that conversation with me? I'm always happy to have it. I'm not going to do it here. I'm just going to say we got to freaking do something, y'all. We've got to do something. We got to do something. We can't even have a Super Bowl parade anymore. A Super Bowl parade. This is supposed to be an event that the big red machine, that Chiefs Kingdom was going to have the day of their lives, and all the rest of us were going to get to watch it from a distance on TV, live vicariously through them, and go, man, I hope I get to do that one day, or I hope I get to do that again one day. We were all going to watch on TV as Travis lost his mind, as Patrick was up there giving his inspirational speeches, as the floats went by or the buses or whatever. And we all watched the enthusiasm and the love for this team wash across Kansas City. And we were all supposed to go, golly, they're having a great time. What an incredible day. I'm jealous. I hope I get a chance to do that and live vicariously through the Chiefs. And instead, we all sat there yesterday watching the TV with our jaws hanging open, going, how the hell is this happening again? How and why are we doing this again? Again. We got to stop. So, like I said, I'm not going to sit here and propose ideas. Not the place, not the time. I'm just going to say, we got to do something. And I've got to hope that everybody recognizes, regardless of what side of this debate you fall on, that something has got to change. Something. We don't fight about what that something is, but something's got to change because we can't keep doing this. All right, let's take a break. That's enough of that. When we come back here in just a minute, Lonzo said to me right before the show went on the air this morning, hey, Rob, how do you say, I told you so, without sounding condescending towards the person you're saying it to? And I looked at him very confused, going, Lonzo, who would you want to drop that Macho Man elbow on this morning? And Lonzo looked me dead in the eyes and he said, you little son of... No, he didn't say any of that. But he was talking about me. And we'll tell you what about when we come back. Rob Lonzo and you on the Rob Brown Show on the Fan Upstate. Way to kill the vibe, Rob. All right, guys, stay right there. I'm going to go grab another drink. We'll come right back. Don't go anywhere, please. All right, thanks for hanging in there, y'all. Good morning, everybody. Did you see Usher trending yesterday and why, aside from...
I saw it was trending, but I didn't look for what.
Okay, so two reasons. Number one, he got married.
Well, yeah, we talked about that.
Number two, because when he took his shirt off at the halftime show and his mic and IFB was running down his back, the cords were, there's a theory going around. There was somebody that put up on Twitter a thing that said that was his skin suit ripping to show the lizard person. The Illuminati was on stage. and everybody was just having a ball with it, and it was hysterical.
Well, now I need to go look closer to see if I can see the scales.
Yeah, I'll send you the screen cap of the DM. It's pretty funny, or of the post.
There's nothing worse than coming home from a cold day to find out that your heater isn't working. When this happens, you need an HVAC company you can trust. A company like Priority Heating and Air. Their HVAC specialist will give your system a thorough checkup. And if you need a new unit, Priority Heating and Air is a proud distributor of the Coleman line of HVAC systems. To keep your family or business warm this winter, and give Priority Heating and Air a call today at 591-1847 or online at PriorityHeatingandAirHVAC.com.
Your HVAC problem is our priority. Priority Heating and Air.
I always wanted to learn Spanish, but I never thought I'd have the time. Then I discovered Babbel.
Babbel's lessons are fun. They only take like 10 or 15 minutes, and in 3 weeks, presto, you're starting to speak another language, like magic.
I love that Babbel's lessons aren't just robots talking. They're voiced by native speakers, so you get the pronunciation just right. If you want to learn a language, there's no faster, easier, better way than
Babbel.
Babbel.
Babbel. Go to Babbel.com and start learning a new language today. That's BABBEL.com.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is a way out.
Fan, your traffic reporter needs to check. Her set 85 is clear, and it's a standstill at the 85 through 85 interchange.
Explain how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. 800-952-1155. That's 800-952-1155.
Hey everybody, it's Boomer Esiason. You know, eBay Motors.
I'll go down the hall and yell at him.
Time, every time, or your money back. Keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only, exclusions apply.
Hi, Discover. It's Jennifer Coolidge. I just want to thank you for the cash back on my groceries.
No problem. Discover Cashback Debit gives everyone cash back. Anything else I can help with?
Do you like asparagus sorbet?
Eligibility in terms of discover.com/cashback debit. Discover Bank, member FDIC.
From the English Magic Studio,
Upstate. 97.7 FM Greenville. 97.1 FM Spartanburg.
The Rob Brown Show back on your radio. It's the Fan Upstate. Rob and Lonzo with you this Thursday a.m. Lonzo is not a big Steve Wilkes guy. Lonzo was not on board with him maintaining the head coach's role after his interim stint with Carolina, despite the fact that the San Francisco defense gave up one single offensive touchdown to Kansas City during regulation of the Super Bowl, and it came after the muffed punt, meaning the Chiefs started on the 16 going in. Lonzo said that was as much on the San Francisco defense as the San Francisco offense, and now it would appear that Kyle Shanahan either agreed with that or needed to put the blame somewhere, because yesterday the defensive coordinator for the San Francisco 49ers and former Carolina Panther interim head coach Steve Wilkes got the boot. No longer employed by the team out in San Francisco. Kyle Shanahan let him go and said in the press release afterwards that unfortunately it just wasn't the right fit. End quote. Lonzo, would you like to dunk right now? You have all-star dunk contest free lane.
No, I hate to see someone lose their job, but someone was going to lose their job after that loss. And especially, you know, I've watched some things yesterday, read some things about the defensive coordinators that were there before Wilkes, and they did better than what he did. And there's lots of things out there that he didn't know how to use the personnel correctly, and a lot of things like that. So I wasn't surprised. Do I not like the guy? I don't know the guy. I thought he was overrated. I thought everyone jumped to go, oh, he needs to be coaching. He didn't, because he didn't really do anything better than what Matt Rule did. If he did, he would have still been the coach of the Panthers. Supposedly, he was a good defensive coordinator. It's just you bring someone in and you have an all-star cast, which is what San Francisco's defense is, and you still, when it matters most, wasn't able to get the job done. And that's part of doing that job. Someone's going to, I mean, if the head coach is still there, he's going to have to make some changes, and he did. I think before I saw that D'Amico Ryans was the defensive coordinator, and so was Robert Saleh. Both those guys went on to be head coaches, and both those guys were really good there. It's just, as I said at the time, you or I think, could get out there and coach that defense. That's how good that defense is, and he failed. He did, and he got fired.
So the argument for me is, no, the hell he didn't.
Oh, he absolutely failed.
No, he didn't.
Did they win the Super Bowl?
No.
Did they stop Patrick Mahomes from going down and scoring a touchdown?
90% of the drives, yes.
95%
of the drives.
You know, but there's one that mattered. There was this one that mattered. It was like at the end of the game.
But here's the thing. Yes, there was one that mattered. That's not true. They all matter, because if any other drive ends up in literally 3 more points, they don't even go to overtime to give up that touchdown, right? This is the to me, a football fallacy I've heard many times. It drives me up. Well, it's the one drive that mattered. No, they all matter, because if any other drive results in even a field goal, they're not in the position to give up that one on that drive. Steve Wilks' defense gave up to Patrick Mahomes. And remember, all 2 weeks long leading up to the Super Bowl, what did we hear over and over? I'm betting on the Chiefs because Patrick Mahomes. Not breakdowns, not X's and O's, not matchups, not Andy Reid, not Travis Kelce, not Willie Gay, not any of these guys. A solid, healthy chunk of the people that bet Kansas City, and I'd be lying to tell you I'm not one of them, bet Kansas City, because it's Patrick Mahomes. It's big game Pat. It's playoff Pat. You don't bet against playoff Pat. Steve Wilks gave up 7 points. Remember, the Bucker field goal that made it 10-3 at halftime was the longest field goal in Super Bowl history. They had that dude kicking a 57. If that happens at the end of the first quarter, not the end of the second, there's no way Kansas City kicks that field goal. But they had to have points in that moment, and time was dead. If that happens on any other drive, that 3 is not going on the board. And again, we may not be going to overtime. And then I look at everything else that happened. If the extra point's not blocked, that touchdown in overtime is not scored. If the punt is not muffed, not only are we not going to overtime, but you take 7 more additional off the board, because that was the only touchdown the defense gave up. I can point to 6 other plays over the course of that game, not by the defense, that if they go, Christian McCaffrey's fumble, he doesn't fumble that, San Francisco punches it in, we're not going to overtime. Good chance San Francisco wins the football game.
Hey, you and Rashad have been defending this guy for 2 years, and that's fine. It's your guy. I get it. But in the end, whether it's I like the guy or not, someone was going to get fired. And
I agree with that.
And the guy who just got brought in, and the defense saw a little bit of drop off, especially in the playoffs when they gave up like twice as much yards on the ground and some other things. When they got to the playoffs, they started playing worse instead of better on the defensive side, if you look at the stats. And so that guy has to go. This is a guy you just brought in, and you see drop off. You made it to the Super Bowl when it counted most. In the playoffs, they gave up so much yards, and that defense should not have done that. And that's not knowing your personnel and not knowing how to coach them correctly. That's all it can be. I get you like the guy, and Rashad likes the guy. This has nothing to do with me, with the guy. This has to do with his coaching ability, and he didn't get the job done, and he got fired, just like anyone does in any job.
If I told you going into that Super Bowl that the Kansas City offense was going to score 1 touchdown in 4 quarters, what would your response have been?
got a good shot at winning, because they also looked at all 3 Super Bowls. They were down. Kansas City's been down by at least 10.
And did they score 1 touchdown in those 3 Super Bowls?
Well, they
No.
they would have to have scored 1 touchdown to come
Okay.
back.
Did they score more than 1 touchdown in those Super Bowls in
Uh,
regulation? Yes. Yes, they did. They did not in this.
I
one.
don't know that for sure without looking it up, because you can also win with field goals. I don't know if you knew that or not.
I
but,
did know that.
and safeties
And
also.
if it wasn't for that, you would not have won
And,
this.
and there's also pick sixes, but if you count that, I guess
I-
technically that's a touchdown. But
Okay.
you know,
So the reality here is, if you told me going into this game that the San Francisco defense was going to hold Patrick Mahomes to a single offensive touchdown in 4 quarters, I would have said that might be the best possible outcome. Okay. So this is not, I have zero connection to Steve Wilkes, none, other than he was in Carolina. Okay.
you really defended him. You really liked him. That's fine.
Here's why.
That's fine. You like the guy.
Here's- It
I
has
just
nothing
don't
to do
think
with liking
I
him.
just don't think he coached well enough to keep his job.
Listen, if you want to pick a coach on that team who should get his ass fired for underperforming, it's Kyle Shanahan. This was a sacrifice. Here's why I'm upset about it. It's not because I like Steve Wilkes. Again, I've never spoken to Steve Wilkes. I've never asked him a question. I've never interviewed him. We've never had him on the show. All right.
But the records will show that you have defended Steve
Yes.
Wilkes a ton.
Yes,
so
I have.
so I would tell you that from a certain perspective and from a certain point of view, thank you, Obi-Wan, it looks like this is your guy.
And I'm trying to explain to you why. Because to me, Steve Wilkes has gotten a crap deal everywhere he's been. He got a crap deal in Arizona. He was successful in Arizona, and they moved on to bring in the hot, young, flashy Cliff Kingsbury. He comes to Carolina. He's on a bad staff. He gets asked to take over. Now, because you in your football philosophy, which is fine, it's yours. The only thing that matters to you is dubs and L's. It's the only thing that matters. To me, that's not the only thing that matters.
Drop off in productivity, a noted drop off of productivity when it matters most in the playoffs is important. And that's what happened with the San Francisco defense throughout the playoffs. It's not about this one game. It's how they play throughout the playoffs.
So let me finish the point that I was making there. Steve Wilkes gets asked to take over the Panthers. And while you have said, well, he got the same number of wins as Matt Rule, so he's the same guy, I would point out that in every single statistical category, that team got better. Every facet of the game, that team got better. Did it translate to a win? No. But trends go upwards. They don't go from 0 to 100. You got to climb 1 to 2 to 4 to 8 to 12 all the way up. He gets a raw deal. To me, tell me now, in retrospect, Steve Wilkes or Frank Reich, who would you have rather been at the controls last year?
If I have to pick one or the other
right now, based on what you've seen,
one or the other, if I have to pick one or the other, I'm going to pick the offensive coach because I'm going to.
You saw what he did. It was terrible.
Yeah, it was, but
terrible.
His hands were tied. And
by definition, by your philosophy, Steve Wilkes was better than Frank Reich.
I don't know why you're starting to yell. Listen, productivity dropped off in the playoffs, not just this one game. This was going to happen if they lost, and they did.
The reason that
and this guy, again, another job somewhere. He was in a spot where you say he got a raw deal because
he's in multiple spots where
apparently he was on a team
deal.
that was really bad. Then he went to a team that was really good and failed. He went to a team that was really good. He failed in the playoffs when it matters most.
All the way to the Super Bowl.
Well, they got to the Super Bowl, but
then he failed only in overtime.
I don't know why you don't see it.
No. I absolutely see it.
So productivity doesn't mean anything to you.
Productivity. He lost to Patrick
All
Mahomes.
right. We're talking about the entire
of the Super Bowl.
You're a stats guy. Look up the stats and see how much yards
You're a wins losses guy.
Yeah,
he literally lost by one overtime.
I'm not gonna raise my voice. You won't look at the stats and you won't say that productivity dropped off, which it did for the entire playoffs. That will get you gone.
When you get
if you want to talk about one game, go ahead. But the entire playoffs, that defense shouldn't have been suddenly giving up 40 or 50 more yards on the ground and other things. That defense should have been able to step it up when you get to the playoffs, not take a step backwards. That's coaching.
What steps up in the playoffs is the level of competition you face in, which only gets difficult week by week.
It's also out there that he had to chastise the entire defense because they're not motivated enough, and all things that comes from coaching. Again, this looks like you just wanted to defend this guy, but you're not looking at the stats, and you're the stats guy. It's frustrating. You asked me if I was upset today when I walked in. It's because I knew this conversation was going to happen. That's and I'm dreading it because I don't want to fight.
It's not a fight. It's a sports talk show. We're debating.
I get it.
Hashtag embrace debate.
I get it, but it seems personal when it comes to Steve Wilkes, and I don't get it.
I don't like when people get albatrossed for stuff that's not on them. And I would say Steve Wilkes, the expression is falls on the sword. That's when you throw yourself on the ground to save somebody else's reputation.
Or you kill yourself because you know how bad things are.
Steve Wilkes did not throw himself on the sword. Kyle Shanahan ran it through him like Blackbeard the pirate. Kyle Shanahan went, I'm now 0 for 3 in Super Bowls. In all 3 Super Bowls, my offense was unable to do anything, and I'm an offensive guy. Somebody's got to take the heat on this, and I'm going to give it to Steve Wilkes.
You know, you could say that, but you could also say that maybe he has makes bad choices in defensive coordinators, because if you're up 28-3, how did the other team score all those points?
He was the offensive coordinator, not the head coach.
Okay,
there.
all right. But if you're up 28-3, how did all those points get scored? Because the defense didn't hold up its end. The same thing in San Francisco. The defense didn't hold up its end. That game was so tight it went to overtime. That means you got to. It came down to coaching. It came down to halftime adjustments. Andy Reid outdueled Steve Wilkes. Steve Wilkes lost his job. That's unfortunately business.
I don't hang the Atlanta Super Bowl on Kyle Shanahan at all. It's not on him. My man scored 28 out the gate. That should be enough to win you the game. It would have been enough to beat Kansas City with. I do hang the 2 Super Bowls in Kansas City on him. I do hang this Super Bowl particularly on him, and it felt like Kyle Shanahan had to sacrifice somebody. Time for a sports flash.
My eyeballs were about to pop out of my head. I was staring so hard. Connor Stalions may have created a huge scandal for Michigan, but he's also created change in college football. I don't know if we should praise him for that. The ACC has approved the use of sideline tablets and helmet communication technology, making it more like the NFL, which it should be, during its winter meetings. The rules will still have to be approved by the NCAA. The administration allowed experiments with the tech during bowl season, and rules about the tech will be developed by the conference and NCAA in tandem. The Boston Celtics are good, and they showed it again last night with their second win by 50 or more, becoming just the 3rd team in league history to win multiple games by 50 in one season. Tune in Sunday at 1:30 as the Furman Paladins take on Chattanooga right here on your home for Furman basketball. The Fan, upstate.
So don't wait. Ask your pharmacist or doctor about Pfizer's RSV vaccine of Brisbane, because every breath matters. You might not know this, but the Ingles Bakery is actually a bakery. As in, we bake things. Really delicious things. Things like crusty bread, just waiting for that scrumptious strawberry jam. Apple fritters to pair perfectly with that morning cup of coffee. Cakes for any occasion, customized to your precise standards. And if we mention the cookies, it's all in the bag. Ingles, low prices, love the savings. Salute the troops at Montsegur Wellness Arena for Military Appreciation Night on Saturday, February 24th. Presented by Budweiser. Help us honor our hometown heroes by donating to Hockey for Heroes. Get on Game-Board USA t-shirts and benefiting Golden Bonner and Upstate Warrior Solution after the game. Get your tickets today at PawRabbits.com.
For complete rules on contests on this station, go to thefanupstate.com/rules. That's thefanupstate.com/rules.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider or reserve if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same?
Somebody, yeah, I meant to read. I said this something earlier. I got an email yesterday that somebody described my career as a quote successful accident. That's my favorite insult I've ever gotten.
How's it? I mean, yeah, but there's still one key word in there.
Successful.
Successful.
All right, I leaned on that.
Yeah, I mean,
if I'm accidentally successful, I'm
still
successful nonetheless.
Yeah, you're still successful. It's not a joke when I say this. I wait every day for them to realize I'm not supposed to be here and come and say, hey, man, you got to go.
I think after how many years, you're probably fine.
It will be 27 years in radio, but 24 here.
Yeah, I'd say after 24 years, you're probably ingrained.
Until the winds blow a different direction. Which will inevitably happen to all of us, unless we're lucky enough to call our own shot, which, you know.
Here's hoping.
Yeah.
And here we go, ladies and gentlemen, hour number 2 of the Rob Brown radio program is live on whatever platform you happen to be listening or watching us on. You can watch us by joining the live stream. The live stream is available at facebook.com/thefanupstate, twitter.com/thefanupstate. By searching and subscribing to the Fan Upstate on YouTube or the Rob Brown Show on Twitch. All the different ways for you to get in touch with the radio broadcast today. You may listen to the show, obviously, on the radio at 97.7 FM in Greenville, 97.1 FM in Spartanburg, or you may do so by going to our website at thefanupstate.com. Not only can you listen to the show live there, but we also have the on-demand feature. You click the podcast button, you drop it down. All 4 hours of all 5 shows, all 52 weeks of the year are available right there for you at thefanupstate.com. Or you can put the Odyssey app, AUDACY, on your phone. You grab the Odyssey app, you download it, you search the Fan Upstate, you click the heart button, it goes into your autoplay feature, you push play, and on top of that, the rewind feature is available for you. So if you miss a segment, an hour, a show, you just use the Odyssey rewind function and you can go back and listen to whatever it is that you missed, no matter when it is that you missed it.
By the way, real quick, text line, I got something for you.
And if you're not down with that, we got 2 words for ya.
I love that you don't need the 2 words. We all know.
Yeah, we do.
We all know.
D'Amico Ryan's defense would not have looked like that. Anyway.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's just after 7 o'clock in the morning. You are exactly right now, this second, 55 minutes away from having to clock into work. If you got one of those 8 to 5ers, 55 minutes away from having to clock into work. And then you're going to get in front of that computer and you're going to pop off some emails to some people. You're going to walk down. You're going to say, hey, boss, I'm here. What do you need me to do today? And they're going to give you their answer. And then you're going to go back to your desk and you're going to go, man, that 18 minutes was exhausting. I think it's time for the first break of the day. And then you're going to go talk sports with your coworkers. And if you're going to go talk sports with your coworkers, you need to know what to talk about. And in order to know what to talk about, you are going to need this.
Are you ready for the playbook of the peculiar, the almanac of the absurd, and the encyclopedia of the extraordinary? Well, you better be, because we're diving headfirst into the 3 top stories that will have your coworkers saying,
let's get down to the nitty-gritty.
Before they take their first bathroom break.
No.
Here we go. Welcome to the water cooler cheat sheet on the Fan Upstate.
It is the water cooler cheat sheet, the top 3 sports stories that you need to know before you get to work and start talking athletic competition with your coworkers. We start with item number 1. Every now and then something happens that it just kind of shakes you. And what happened yesterday in Kansas City, Missouri is obviously one of those things. One person is dead. 21 others, including 9 children, were wounded by gunfire in a mass shooting at the end of the Chiefs Super Bowl parade yesterday, according to authorities. Kansas City Police Chief Stacey Graves said during a news conference yesterday evening that 3 people have been detained and are under investigation. Of the people wounded by gunfire, 8 were in immediately life-threatening conditions. 7 were in life-threatening conditions. 6 had minor injuries, according to Fire Chief Ross Grundison, who spoke at the news conference as well. Police Commissioner Graves said, quote, I'm angry at what happened today. The people who came to this celebration should expect a safe environment. Kansas City radio station KKFI said one of its DJs, Lisa Lopez Galvan, was the host of the Taste of Trejano radio show, died in the shooting. It was not immediately clear whether her death was the one announced by authorities. The station said in a statement, quote, the senseless act has taken a beautiful person from her family and this Kansas City community. Look, man, it's senseless. It's disturbing. It's disgusting. I would like to focus on what I consider I hate to use the word positive because I don't think anyone should ever be put into this position. But I think you've got to focus on the fact that if you see the video that was based around where the shooting took place, you will notice a couple of things. The first thing you will notice is, as you would like them to, Kansas City police immediately running to where the shooting was happening to try to lock it down. The folks that put on that uniform that morning knowing that, hopefully, look, we're going to go. We're going to enjoy the parade from our perspective of employment. We're going to enjoy watching people have a great time. But we know there's a chance that something's going to go down. Well, something went down. And they ran towards where that something was. And that hasn't always been the case, unfortunately. But in this case, it was. And that's a police department that should be applauded, should be commended for doing the right thing. I think you also need to focus on, and I don't know if you've seen this, but one of the suspects in the shooting was taken down by a group of Chiefs fans, was just mobbed, tackled, taken to the ground, disarmed, and restrained until police arrived by a group of Chiefs fans. Just regular dudes and dudettes, just regular people who, when they got there that day, assumed that this was going to be the day that we are just going to enjoy a Super Bowl celebration. We're going to party. We're going to watch Travis Kelce knock back some Budweisers wearing his WWE championship belt. We're going to listen to the group song because there's no way this team's not performing some karaoke up there. We're just going to celebrate our team getting another Lombardi. And instead, their parade ended with them quite literally putting their lives on the line to bum rush a psychopath with a gun. and remove that gun from them and remove them as a threat from the situation. That's a hero. Those are heroes. Those people should be celebrated. At the end of all of this, if it's done the right way, none of us should know the name of the shooters. None of us should know the motive of the shooters. None of us should know anything about them. Their entire existence should be erased from humanity. And the people who put their asses on the line to stop them, both the police department and the regular Joe Blow Chiefs fans that put it on the line to make this stop, those are the people we should know. Those are the names we should know. We should know their occupation. We should know what they do, and they should be celebrated. They should be on the field week 1 of the Chiefs game next year. These are the ones that we should be celebrating. It's a senseless, needless tragedy committed by people who should have their existence erased from America as a whole. And I despise that it has gotten to the point that not only was our shock almost non-existent, but that it has happened in a place that, if you are fortunate to experience it even once in your life, should go down as one of the greatest memories you have. Now, if you're going to be able to go to an event that's got that many people there for sports and not have this cross your mind, consider yourself one of the lucky few. Let's go to item number 2. The ACC has taken the next step. No, not in that topic, not in that story. In the other one. Connor Stalions, yeah, that guy. Connor Stalions created a very interesting conversation unintentionally, a secondary conversation that took place around the Michigan cheating scandal that took place this past football season. Well, the last couple of seasons, really, but certainly this last football season. After Connor Stalions was accused of, and dare I say, confirmed to have stolen signs from multiple other teams in and outside of his conference, a number of coaches, including Mac Brown at North Carolina, Nick Saban at Alabama, amongst others, came out and said, hey, we got ways to make this not happen. We got ways to stop this. They're in use. Other people are already doing it. We should too. Well, the ACC appears to have been the first conference to agree. The ACC approved the use of helmet technology and sideline tablets during its winter meetings this week, pending final approval later this month from the NCAA Football Rules Committee. In a statement following the conclusion of the meetings Wednesday, the ACC said that the use of tablets with access to in-game video had unanimous support from ACC football coaches. In addition, the helmet technology will allow for one-way communication between the sideline and designated players on the field. This past bowl season, the NCAA did allow the use of both on an experimental basis of both the sideline tablets and helmet communication devices at select bowl games. North Carolina coach Mac Brown told ESPN earlier this week it was a, quote, no-brainer to approve both, end quote. The Tar Heels used the helmet tech in the Duke's Mayo Bowl game against West Virginia. Brown said 4 quarterbacks, 2 safeties, and 2 linebackers were wired up for communication. Asked about how it went, he said, quote, we loved it. It allowed us to line up much quicker. It keeps people from stealing signals. We thought it was a win-win. Now, there are some steps that we will still have to go through. The ACC working collaboratively with the Football Rules Committee to fully develop the final rules and policies regarding the tablets and the helmet comms. Every individual school's legal team will have to sign off on the helmet tech because there are concerns that the helmet tech could void the helmet's warranty, make them less safe. You've got to tinker with the guts of the helmet to get a radio transmitter, or I guess I should say receiver, in there. That one seems easy. Call the NFL.
Yeah, I mean, they've been doing it for years. I think they know how to do it.
Yo, NFL, how y'all did that? How y'all did that? Let us know so we can do it too. That seems like a real easy one. Just get it done. Just get it done, okay? It is, there's very little. There's very little out there about this that isn't, to me, fixable with a phone call.
And if you watch, it's usually like one player on the offense and one player on the defense that has that helmet.
Yeah.
Because
NFL rule says one person on the field in any given team that is out there can have it. And ordinarily it's the quarterback, and ordinarily it's either your middle linebacker or a veteran defensive back. Coach gets in there and goes,
32 line left, Speeds, XYZ, Spider, Banana, 42-19.
Ooh, don't call that play.
Spider Banana's no joke.
That's
the John Gruden special, the Spider Banana.
That sounds like a Steve Wilkes play. That might cost you your job.
Yeah, this is we're overthinking this, guys. We're overthinking this. All right. Call the NFL. The NFL is going to be happy to go, this is what we did. Here's the documentation the lawyer signed off on, and then just do that. All right, let's go to item number 3. Two big basketball games, taking place yesterday. One in the ACC, one in the SEC, over in the Atlantic Coast Conference. The Clemson Tigers, depending on who you ask, were either already locked in or very close to it, earning a spot in the March Madness NCAA Men's Basketball Championship Tournament. The thought was, and we talked to John Blau, who covers Clemson for the Post-Courier on Monday. I said, John, what do you think Clemson needs to do to get locked in? And he said, real simple, finish 500 or better in the ACC, which I think is fair. I don't really care particularly what ESPN's Joe Lunardi has to say. The ACC is a good basketball conference. They have as many 15-win teams as any other conference in college basketball. They have more 19-win teams than any other conference in college basketball, and teams 1 through 9 are all a threat. One of those teams, the Miami Hurricanes, they traveled to Clemson last night, and the Tigers dispatched them with ease. A 17-point, 77-60 victory for Clemson last night at home at Little John. Chase Hunter led all scorers with 20 points on 6 of 14 and 5 of 8 from deep. He also chipped in 3 boards, 4 assists, and a steal. You had 18 out of Joe Girard on 5 of 14 shooting, just 3 of 11 from behind the arc, but he knocked down all 5 from the stripe, came up with 3 boards, 5 assists, and a steal as well. Clemson outperformed Miami in just about every category. They out-rebounded them 36-34, out-assisted them 18 dimes to 17, add more steals 5-4. The only category Miami was even alive in was blocks, and they were tied. 2 blocks apiece for both. Clemson turned the ball over 8 times. They created 12 and had a total of 6 personal fouls across the entire 40 minutes of play. This is the team we thought we would see. This is the team that I said I needed to see show up multiple consecutive games for me to feel real good about them in the tournament. They have done just that. Clemson now gets ready for a Saturday contest that, to me, had they lost to Miami, this would have been the game. This would have been the season. Now I think there's a little bit of breathing room when the Clemson Tigers this Saturday night at 7:45 on the CW network square it up with NC State. By the way, if you care about this, ESPN analytics say Clemson has an 82% chance to win that contest. And listen, I think that they are in now. In fact, I'm going to say Clemson, barring a catastrophic collapse down the line, Clemson's in, but a win over NC State would go a very long way into bumping up that seed a spot or two.
I just want to commend you on saying CW without chuckling. I mean, that was smooth.
It's a very serious sports broadcasting outlet.
Okay. All right.
Very serious sports broadcasting.
It is now.
Things not good for South Carolina last night. Maybe the most highly touted game on the schedule. The eyes of America turned to Opelika, Alabama. Lamont Paris has been labeled by just about everybody the most pleasant surprise in college basketball. His team was picked to finish dead last in the Southeastern Conference. Instead, with wins over Kentucky, with wins over Tennessee, South Carolina finds itself very much in the thick of the conference with the potential to win the conference outright in the regular season. They went down to Opelika. They squared it up with the Auburn War Eagle Tigers down on the Plains. And this is true, they got their asses kicked.
It sucks.
101-61, your final. Auburn beat South Carolina by 40 last night down on the Plains. Cullen Murray Boyles 19.7 boards, a couple of steals and a block to go along with it. Let me put it this way. It's easier to say it this way. Murray Boyles had 19. Michi had 22. The team as a whole scored 6 points. South Carolina gave Auburn 25 points off of turnovers. 25 points off of turnovers. Yo, there are teams out there that score 50 in a game. 25 points off of turnovers. That's not good. Turned the ball over 13 times. Auburn was wildly efficient. Created only 7 turnovers. Did the Gamecock defense. Defense was just bad last night. Auburn shot, Lonzo, 61% from the floor, 60% from the arc. If you allow a team to shoot 60% from everywhere, you're losing that game every time. And unless you have a complete lockdown, shutdown defense, the only way you're going to allow them to shoot 61% from the floor, 61% from 3, and be in that game is if your defense is creating 20 turnovers. You didn't. You created 7 across 40 minutes. That's not good. It's not good. This was, to me, a complete and total regression of this basketball team. This was the team that got their butts whooped by Alabama a while back. And I said, guys, you're going to have to fix it. Mentality's broken. Mentality got broken last night. And I knew that when Michi damn near got in a fist fight when your team was already down 37.
So how far did they drop rankings-wise?
23.
Really? They dropped that much? I get, so probably would drop a lot less if they only lost like by 10.
Yeah, if you go in and you lose this game in single digits, 17, 19, somewhere in that range, you lost by 40. And yeah, it's to a number 13 team, but you were the 11 team. Yeah, it's to a number 13 team. They're 20-5. You're 21-4 in the same conference. South Carolina still has more wins than Auburn. It's not that you lost. You could, in fact, I said earlier this week, you can lose this game and still be in a real good spot because that's a good Auburn team. You lost by 40. You're still in the tournament. You don't have to worry about that. You're locked in. I think South Carolina's locked in. But you better get it together because it does not get easier. The LSU team that you play on Saturday, no joke of a team. Then you got to go to Ole Miss. Remember, South Carolina beat Ole Miss last week. You don't think Ole Miss is going to be on a bit of a revenge game? They wanted to be the team that knocked Ole Miss down out of the rankings immediately after they got in. They got real close to doing it until South Carolina pulled away. This one is down at Oxford, Mississippi. They're dangerous. Then they're at Texas A&M. Texas A&M beat the dog you-know-what out of Tennessee a couple of days ago. That's a good team. Then you got Florida coming to the house. Florida's playing the best basketball they've played in a couple of years right now. Then you got Tennessee coming to the house. What do you think Tennessee wants to do after they got embarrassed at home on their own floor? And then you wrap it up at a decent Mississippi State team. South Carolina's got one of the more difficult schedules to finish up of anybody in the country. Last night was not a good start to the final quarter of the schedule. We'll talk more South Carolina basketball later in the show, but we got to get to a break. The Rob Brown Show rolls on. Rob Alonzo and you. It is the Fan Upstate.
Smith.
Stay right there, guys. We'll be right back. mean, that's better, but not much. Your mirror's over the line, ma'am. Hey, move over. Hey, move over. Show like airplane director.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game.
Need some of them flashlights.
Every college rivalry and divisional matchup all season long. I mean, where else are the scenic views as good as your view of the game? Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
No one does happy hour like Twin Peaks. We have everything from tequila cocktails and an extensive bourbon category, along with local craft beers and handcrafted whiskey cocktails. And don't forget about our 29-degree drafts. Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, scenic views.
Progressive covers pets in our auto policy at no extra charge. Now let's hear what your dog has to say.
As a dog, I think Progressive's auto pet policies. What is that? That's just what's that. Anyway, Progressive protects. There it is again. See? This is why I need protection. I'm so distracted. Nope, that is still Mattel.
Progressive Auto Insurance covers pets for up to $1,000 in a car accident at no extra charge. And we think your dog would say that's right too. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Coverage for cats and dogs included with the purchase of collision coverage and subject to policy terms. Not available in all states.
Thanks for calling Discover. This is Gabby.
Hey, Gabby. It's Jennifer Coolidge. Hi. I'm so glad I reached you.
Auburn's only lost 3 times. Oh, it's a tough place to win. Again, it's not the L, Zach. It's a 40-point L. It's embarrassment. It is losing. You know what it is? It's not even the 40-point L. It's a 40-point L because the team lost its head again. Complete lack of composure. Every time Auburn got a turnover, it's like South Carolina played more manic the next time they came down the floor. You can't do it. Can't do it. Can you throw me in queue real quick if you get a second?
Hold on, cut that. You know this song, sing along. Blame it all on my roots. I showed up in boots and ruined the night and stuff. The last one to know. We were the last one to show. We were the last one they thought they'd see there.
Is that Jason or Travis?
That's Travis.
Yeah, he sounds
Travis
like-
was toasted.
I know, but he sounds like Jason.
And I toasted you. Aren't even through.
What?
I got friends.
All right, well, obviously, we're coming back with that.
Hold on, cut that. You.
Crap.
Hold on, cut that.
You know, I have very serious sports things to talk about. The Celtics just became the 3rd team in NBA history to win more games or win multiple games by 50 points or more in a season. Last team to do that was in the early 90s with the Kings. We got to talk about that. Daytona 500 qualifying last night. Joey Logano is on the pole. The duels are taking place tonight. We got to talk about that. We've obviously got to talk about the NFL. Chris Jones announced he's coming back for the Chiefs next year. That's a huge re-signing for Kansas City.
Also, Trey has a great question you need to talk about, too.
Trey's got a great question. We got to talk about that. These are all things we need to get to. These are all stuff that we've got to get into. But I knew yesterday that Travis Kelce, Taylor's boyfriend, was going to be absolutely lit with a capital L.
Embarrassment to the Swifties.
No. Maybe.
Because I don't know any, but they could be okay with it.
That's what I think about those of you hating on my dog, Travis Kelce. All right? Just got another ring. My guy's out there trying to live his best life, and people are dropping bombs on him. Leave Mr. Swift alone. Now, if you haven't heard why, Zach said on the stream, and correctly so, using the words of the great one himself, Travis was absolutely 10 sheets to the win last night. Yes, he was. And I loved it.
That's a lot of sheets.
That's a lot of sheets. All right? A lot of sheets. And I love how many sheets Travis did not give. It was fantastic. Travis got on the stage. Travis got the mic. It was Travis's time to talk. And you know, most athletes in this moment, they would say, Chiefs Kingdom, stand up. We want to thank all you guys. You guys are great. We did it for the fans. We love you. You're all amazing. You're all spectacular. You're all great. Thanks for being here. Thanks for supporting us. They disrespected us. Rob Brown disrespected us all year. And we won the Super Bowl. And it's because of you guys. That's not what Travis did. What Travis did was grab the mic and do what legends do.
Cut that. You know this song, sing along. Blame it all on my roots. I showed up in boots and ruined the Niners affair. The last one to know. We were the last one to show. We were the last ones they thought they'd see there.
Whoa!
And I saw the surprise, that fear in their eyes. Took that glass of champagne. Pat took that glass of champagne, I promise.
Yeah, we know, Trev.
When I toasted you. Honey, we threw what I never.
What?
I got friends.
There it is.
Places that lead the way. There will be again. Oh, I got friends.
And at that point, Patrick Mahomes just grabbed the mic and was like, yeah, we're done here. That's enough of that. But let me just go on the record and say, I'm a music guy. I am what they refer to in the business as an audiophile. I love concerts. I go to as many as I can get tickets to. I go to ones I don't get tickets to if I can. I play in a band. I go see bands that are 3 dudes playing in front of 3 other dudes. I will go see arena shows. I'm a music guy. I believe that the universal language is music. Math is the universal language of the universe. Music is the universal language of people. If you don't like music, I don't like you. We have nothing to communicate on. So let me just say that in all my years of life, that's the greatest vocal performance I've ever heard. Sorry, Whitney's national anthem. Sorry, Celine, My Heart Will Go On. Sorry to Freddie at Live Aid. Sorry to all of you. Travis Kelce's Garth Brooks is the single greatest man. You know why? Because it was 193,742% directly from the damn heart.
Yeah, but if this happens in Greenville Friday night and you just happen to be at an establishment for karaoke, you would get angry. So what's the difference?
I won't, and I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why. The people...
Because Travis Kelce won't be in Greenville Friday night, as far as we know.
Because this is a guy having the damn time of his life. These aren't the bad karaoke people. The bad karaoke people are the people who show up and they go, hey, I'm going to perform. Those are the bad people. The people that show up and they think it's a personal concert. They are performing. I don't want to be around that. I want to be around this guy.
It will be okay.
It will be okay.
Oh, I got it.
Oh!
It was a good move to not sing a Taylor Swift song. Because if he did that, that might cause him some problems.
That is the guy I want to go drink with. That's the guy I want to be at a karaoke bar at 1:55 a.m. with the bar manager going, guys, I need you to pay your $8,000 tab. You have one more Garth Brooks song. And Travis is like, I got this.
I got friends.
I got friends in low places. Listen, I didn't need a reason to love Trav more than I already love Trav. I didn't need a reason to be a bigger fan of Travis Kelce, but he gave me one. But he absolutely gave me one. That is a dude that is 100% feeling himself. He ain't worried about it. There's going to be a lot of people out there in the audience that are going to be the haters.
The haters.
There's going to be a lot of people out there.
They like to drink their haterade and eat their hater tots.
That's when you say to your children, don't be that. Or you say, know when to say when.
Or,
I mean, there are a lot of things where you go, here, buddy, go ahead and have a beer. Be just like Travis.
Or you say, hey, dude, when you accomplish something absolutely incredible, when you accomplish something that the number of people who have accomplished it in its existence could not fill up an NFL stadium, could not fill up a large high school stadium. The number of people with Super Bowl rings could not fill up a high school football stadium. You are in the most elite athletic group in American sports. Make sure you have a driver lined up and go bananas, my guy. Have the time of your life because and forget the people who have won a ring. The number of people who have won multiple rings couldn't fill up a high school gymnasium, and you're in that group. Go have the time of your life, and if the time of your life is a suitcase of Busch Lights and some Garth Brooks karaoke, grab the mic and go off, King. Do your thing.
I'm kind of embarrassed for him because he can sing better than that. I've heard him sing better than that.
I'm going to go ahead and tell you right now. You have as much as Travis does. You think you're putting on the concert of a lifetime. You feel you're putting on the concert of a lifetime, and that's all that matters.
Do you?
Yeah.
Okay.
100%. I'm going to tell you right now. Best show of my life. All right, best show of my life was my 25th birthday. 25th birthday. Turned 25.
Wow, so memorable. You can't.
I'll tell you why. You'll get it. 25th birthday, we were playing at a bar. I don't think it's open anymore, so I can say the name. Bar called Tail Fins down in Destin, Florida. Big music venue. Had a stage that was 4 of these rooms put together. Big concert venue.
How high up was it?
The stage about 5 feet over where the crowd was.
Okay.
Big music venue. Legitimate. Speakers, all this. And my guys threw a birthday party for me at one of our scheduled shows, including getting the owner of the bar, because they had a green room, to completely stock the green room with all I drank at the time, Jaeger and root beer. Jaeger and root beer. Stocked it up.
What are the after effects of said drink?
Hold on, I'll tell you. Because I had a lot.
I'm just wondering what the belches would be like, because root beer already has a certain
Mark's root beer specifically.
Okay.
Unless you can get a Beta root beer, which is the best root beer, but usually most people don't have that. So I'm in the green room, knocking back Jaeger and root beer. I'm 25, judge me, all right? I'm 25.
Or 26.
I'm single.
You can't,
I'm in a rock band, a popular one. We're killing it. I'm at Travis Kelce levels. All right? I'm at TK levels. And I have the show of my life. Show of my life. Dude, I am front and center. I'm killing it. I am banging out this guitar. I'm killing it. And then my bassist brings me home because there ain't no way Rob Brown was driving. I left the car at the bar. Dropped me off at the house. I went in, I went to bed. I woke up the next day. I was feeling real good. There's some great pictures on the internet of last night. And I called him. I'm like, dude, what a show. And he goes, yeah. And I went, yeah, right? What a show, right? We killed it, right? He goes, yeah. I go, I felt like I was in a groove. He goes, yeah. And I went, what? And he goes, we turned your guitar off about 2 songs into the second set. And I was like, why? And he goes, because you were awful. Because you were awful. You were hammered. I'm just saying, I was having I had the greatest night of my life.
So you must have, because you couldn't tell that your amp was turned off.
It was the guitar version of this. All I'm saying is I didn't need a reason to like Travis Kelce more. I didn't need one, but now I got one. And ladies and gentlemen, we got to go to a break. We're going to go to a break. And we're going to let Travis Kelce, the greatest vocalist in the history of America, play us out. I am Rob Brown. He's the great one, Lonzo. The Rob Brown Show rolls on after this. It's the Fan Upstate.
There will be all good. Oh, I got
Oh, I was going to fade it out under you.
No, you said play it out. So
Yeah,
I
I
was
was going to fade it out as the liner ended.
no, but it stopped.
Oh, did he? Oh,
Yeah,
he
it
stopped. Oh, okay.
stopped. So I brought it down so nothing else played. It wasn't me.
That is correct. Travis don't give up anything. That's a fact.
It's a very short break, by the way.
Okay.
I wish it wasn't, but it is. I could make it longer, but
Nah, it's fine.
No, I wasn't talking about for your benefit. It's talking
Oh,
about
okay.
for mine. Guess I'll just hold it.
And that was in the left lane. However, also picked up an accident northbound lane just before Pelham. Left lane is going to be blocked as well, slowing things from 276. You're on 276 heading north. No reported issue. About a 15 to 20 minute drive between 185 and 385 in downtown Greenville.
Give that man a Grammy.
You don't want to do that because you don't want to cause competition in the family.
I got friends in low places.
I can't tell if we're having power surges or if it's
Those
reflections.
lights were absolutely
Okay.
horror movieing a minute
Because
ago, right?
it's been happening the entire show. It was definitely more noticeable when it was dark out. But
I'm not big on social grace. Think slip on down to the.
all right, see, here's the problem.
Oh, you're supposed to say Oasis.
Yeah, I'm not playing
I
along
got friends.
because you're not doing it accurately. You're on time.
No place.
You're still
Oh,
on.
that's true.
You're still
You're
on
right,
time.
You're
He
right.
was not on time, and you can't help it.
He wasn't on anything. Not
Oh,
on
he
time,
was.
not on tempo,
He
not
was
rhythm,
on
not a-
something for sure.
Travis Kelce, my dog. I loved it. I loved it. Sports are sports are allowed to be fun, man. They're allowed to be fun. That was fun. That was fun. It just was fun. Okay, it was just fun. All right. South Carolina basketball. Gamecocks lose by 40 to Auburn last night. 60, was it 101-61? It is real bad. It was real bad. I've tried to bleach it from my memory. Look, that team regressed. Okay? That team regressed. The thing to me that had, by the way, speaking of Lamont Paris, Ohio State fired their head coach yesterday on the hardwood. And guess whose name was floated as a number one contender for that job? Lamont Paris. Ohio State potentially going to make the call to Columbia. Remember, Ross, Everything is Music, Bjork, formerly the leader of the cult, is now on his way to Ohio State. And the immediate reaction was that Ross Bjork will be on the phone with Lamont Paris as soon as he gets there to bring him up to coach the Buckeye basketball program, because they right now are bad. They're bad at basketball right now, unfortunately, for the great one. But let's stick with the here and the now. What has made, to me, Lamont and his Gamecocks successful this year has been progression. Lonzo and I talked about that when we were having the Steve Wilkes conversation earlier. Progression. Can I mark down game to game, stat to stat, progression? Things I'm seeing you be better at. And the answer for this team was absolutely you could. Absolutely you could. There were spots that they looked better game by game, night by night. And that included in the wins and loss category and column. You go back and you look at that loss 4 weeks ago to the University of Alabama on the road down in Tuscaloosa. Alabama kicked the crap out of South Carolina. And what did I say when we came back on the radio the next morning and we discussed that? I said, you know what this team's problem is? It's got a complete and total lack of composure. It's got a complete and total lack of composure. They have zero mental toughness, zero mental fortitude, none at all. As soon as they get punched in the mouth, it all goes immediately to just like that. And then that stopped, and then they got better. And then all of a sudden they weren't reacting. They take a punch and they just go right back to doing their thing. All of a sudden, they weren't being baited into bad fouls. They weren't being baited into hard fouls. They weren't being baited into getting into it after the play, as we saw them do at Alabama when Michi was running his mouth to guys that weren't even on the floor. But they stopped. And the next thing you know, they're beating Kentucky at home. They're going to Knoxville and knocking off Tennessee. And all of a sudden, I'm sitting here going, this team is the exact opposite of what they were earlier. All of a sudden, this team is mentally tough. They're not getting baited. They're not getting suckered in. And then last night, it all went away. It all went right back to what it was. It all looked like the Alabama game all over it again. My guy, and I love Michi Johnson and watching this cat play. Michi's team is down 37 points, and what's he doing? What's he doing? He's getting into shoving matches under the basket. He's giving away more. You're down 37. There's 6 minutes to play. You're not winning this game. But damn it, make a game. Make it a game. And instead of making it a game, Michi takes a hard foul on a fast break, and that's a good spot because you can go, hey, we get a foul. We're going to put this guy in foul trouble. It takes their big man out of the game. Now we can work through BJ Mack. The opportunity's there. And instead, what does he do? He comes over and he grabs the jersey of the Auburn player and gets into a shoving and grabbing match with him. What are we doing, Meech?
If you're getting beat that bad that late in the game, why are you still in there?
I mean, it's college basketball. You still, even if you lose by 30 instead of 40 or 20 instead of 30 or 10 instead of 20, it helps your ratings, and you're going for the highest possible seed so that you get the easiest possible first and second round matchup. So you still want to be out there busting it for sure. But that ain't the way to do it. You're doing the opposite. You just made it worse. You just created a situation where you're sending their dude to the free throw line to get 2 and the ball back. That makes it worse rather than better. Instead of you going to the stripe, knocking down a couple and putting one of their better players in foul trouble, instead you lost the ball. You gave them 2 freebies and the ball back the other direction. This team, everything that happened in that Alabama game and all the growth and the development and the mental progression that we have seen out of this Gamecock team between 4 weeks ago and last night. Heather, are you there? Heather Denich, I know you're there. Could you describe what you think happened to the Gamecock mentality last night?
Poof.
Thank you, Heather. Thank you very much. That sounded like the best possible take.
I'm curious. On the stream, we're on Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, and the X if you want to see us. Shane wants you to say something about an eagle of war. I don't what is an eagle of war?
Weagle, war damn eagle. The War Eagle Tigers. Look, Auburn looks. That's a different Tigers. Are all the Tigers catching strays? Are the LSU Tigers catching it? Are the Detroit Tigers catching it? Are the Tokyo Tigers catching it? I don't actually know if that's one or
What
not.
the heck is a Tokyo? Okay.
Japanese Pro Baseball. There is a Tiger team in Japanese Pro Baseball. I just don't know which one it is. So all Tigers catch a Tiger. All right, got it.
I'm just trying to get the word banned from the station.
Yes, you're trying to get the name of the biggest and most popular team we cover banned from the station. Clearly so. Imagine that email, Rob. Don't say Tigers anymore. We can't have Lonzo playing that damn Tiger clip anymore. If you say Tigers one more time, we're gonna ban you from the show. All right, Rob, go get him, Tiger. Hey, speaking of Genesis Open this weekend, Tiger Woods is playing.
You know what?
Oh, come on!
You know what?
You're Tiger discriminating.
Yeah,
here.
I just started thinking about it. It's not a plural, so I don't know that counts. I'm trying to decide my rule here.
Texter said, my dog is freaking out right now.
This is weird. You know, the thing that I've been complimented the most about, and probably since we've gotten this little toy, has been that. And mostly from Clemson fans, because they think it's funny.
Whoa, 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 whoa. I don't believe you. I don't believe you.
Oh yeah, you're right. I'm lying about it. You know those phone calls that I get and they don't make it on the air. You know what they're complimenting me on? The very last phone call that I remember who it was a Clemson fan complimenting me on that because they think it's funny. You know why? Because I'm not afraid. There's some other shows and stations that won't do that kind of stuff. It's all in good fun. Okay. And if I could ban that word from the fan, at least on this show, I will do my best.
You know what's not fun? Whatever the Gamecocks were doing last night. What are we doing? What are we doing? What are we doing, South Carolina? I bet I believed in you. I believed in you. You built me up, Buttercup, just to let me down. What was that? And the problem is not that you lost the game. The problem was in the way that you fell apart down the stretch. And now LSU, the Tigers, I was right there.
I'm sorry.
Too late now.
I was
Too late.
I was
Lost the
thinking about
Nope,
the
lost
true villain in this is Rob Brown because Rob Brown was building up the Gamecocks. All right, you get past Vanderbilt. Here it is. Here's the matchup. I've heard this for so long. I'm like, yeah, here's a matchup. Yeah. So they were listening to the show, and it didn't work. So it's your fault.
What the hell, man? What was that? What even was that? I would love to sit here and break
Hopefully
down the
it's just
X's and O's. I would love to sit down and break down what went wrong with the offense. Here's the breakdown. You know what went wrong? Friggin' everything.
Could just be a blip. It could be.
And that's your hope. Your hope it was a blip. Your hope was they just kind of listen. All of us sometimes like we grow and mature and we get better as a person.
All right, maybe
most of us grow and mature and get better as a person, and we're not the dude that maybe we used to be. Like we were kind of a different cat, you know. And then sometimes you just end up going back to what it used to be. You know, you get better, You stop going bananas. You stop acting a fool in public. And then the next thing you know, you're back on the mic singing Friends in Low Places in a bar at 2:30 in the morning on a Tuesday night. Or you're sitting there doing a sports flash on the radio. I just said doing a sports flash on the radio. That's the toss.
Sorry, I was out of position. Clemson defended home court against Miami, trouncing the Canes. That's what it says here. 77-60. Chase Hunter racked up 20 points to lead all scorers, and Clemson tallied more rebounds, assists, and steals than Miami. The win moves them above 500 for the first time in conference, and most experts say, barring catastrophe, likely lock them into the tournament. The Tigers face 15-9 North Carolina State Saturday. The Boston Celtics are good, and they showed it again last night with their second win by 50 or more, becoming just the third team in league history to win multiple games by 50 in one season. Tune in this Sunday at 1:30 as the Furman men's basketball team takes on Chattanooga right here on your home for Paladins football and basketball. The Fan, upstate. You know what? Sorry, guys. I'm going.
Don't let this pain keep you from living your best life. QC Kinetics advanced state-of-the-art treatments harness and direct your body's natural ability to restore and repair damaged joint tissue. This is a revolutionary approach that can get you long-term relief with no downtime. Make 2024 the year you reclaim your mobility, reclaim your independence, walk and run, play, and live without the danger and trauma of surgery and without harmful drugs. Call QC Kinetics now for a free consultation. 864-448-3772. That's 864-448-3772. Bingo and Asheville. Get ready. This week, Staples has deals so good, you're going to want to sit down. Are you serious?
I need to watch the Justice League animated again.
It was like 5.3 speed right there. Just flying down that hallway. You may say that's not that fast, but, Yeah, there was echo because it wasn't in the room. So it's the volume is, the audio coming out of the speakers is bouncing through the. Sorry, I had to pee. Thank goodness Tara or someone wasn't in the hallway. That could have been disastrous for them.
I had to tinkle.
So, Rashad?
Yes. Next segment.
Okay, because you hadn't mentioned him
Yeah.
in a while. I was just making sure.
Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget.
AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement.
QC in the next break.
QC in the next break.
Check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773 Network. That's AmericanEagle.com 773 Network.
WFBC HD3, the official sports voice of the Upstate fan. CBS Sports live from the Philadelphia.
Man, check this out.
You're on official Rob Brown lockdown.
Represents being real.
Yeah. Unfiltered sports talk. Manufactured locally for the Carolinas. This is the Rob Brown.
Hey, Big Daddy, how you doing?
Doing real well, Corey LaJoy. Welcome back, friends, to the Rob Brown Radio program. This is the Fan Upstate. Hello to you, and how do you do?
I'm talking to America here.
Tremendous to be with you. Hope you're doing very well. My name is Rob Brown, the great Lonzo on the other side of the metaphorical glass this AM, in charge of this and every radio show that you have ever loved. Spectacular to have you. Got a lot we got to get to. We got Rashad Beard coming up in the next segment talking Carolina Panther football with us. Looking forward to that conversation. Always do. Rashad's good at what he does. Panther Nation podcast. We'll talk some football with Rashad. I look forward to it greatly. We have got going on the show today. What are we doing here, Zoe? Are you proving that you're at work to somebody? You need an alibi?
I hadn't taken a picture in a while, and you're in full
just making sure.
fan regalia.
I am.
I mean, look at you.
Because we got to, I have today.
Except for the hat. The hat doesn't, because you're not wearing a fan hat.
Yeah, because I don't have a white one. And the blue one doesn't match this blue. I can't wear two different blues.
That sounds like
I got a dark blue hat. I got a light blue shirt. If I get a light blue hat that matches the light blue shirt I wear, if I can get a white hat that matches the shirt I wear. But I got two different shades of blue. I wear the hat with the dark blue fan shirt, but the dark blue fan shirt is a t-shirt. And we got a business meeting today after the show. Got a client meeting today.
No, you do. Don't say we. I guess collectively.
Collectively.
Possibly. You and some salesperson.
Correct. Have an actual business meeting, so I had to put on the shirt. Look, I even put on actual shoes today.
Look at that.
I know.
Yeah, and they look a little shiny.
They are.
Did you hit the shoe shine guy?
I did.
All right.
Sure did. And I got to tell you, well worth it.
Hey, sell the show.
Every
Sell the show today.
A sharp dressed man.
Sell the show today. Okay.
I sell the show every day.
Sell the show.
I have great selling. I'm the Dolph Ziggler of radio.
Make us some of that damn money.
I'm working on that.
Or make you some of that money, which makes the station money, which keeps us, afloat.
We got Rashad Beard coming up in the next segment. Talk Panther football with him. We got a bunch more we need to get to. We really got 6 hours left of radio broadcasting. We got a good sports weekend coming up. Daytona 500 NBA All-Star Game taking place this weekend. I wanted to talk about that here for just the briefest of moments because, Darby. Yup. Okay. What I meant was
yes. Yeah, I don't do the affirmative. You do that.
Yes.
America.
The NBA All-Star Game is taking place this weekend. I don't care what you think. I love the All-Star Game.
If you lose, Steph. If you lose, man.
Steph Curry, by the way,
it's
yesterday.
It's a no-win situation for Steph.
Despite the fact that the Warriors can't win a game, Steph Curry became the first NBA player in league history to have 4 consecutive games with 7 or more three-pointers. First ever.
Yay.
His team sucks.
He's also the first person to do all that while
losing all of them.
No, while using a binky. So, he's got that, and he'll keep that forever. Hey.
Anyway.
It is what it is.
NBA All-Star Game coming up this weekend. And you guys know I love a gimmick. I love a gimmick in sports. I love when leagues, when associations, when whatever, organizations. I love when they do something that is different, that is outside of the norm, because I am never going to be mad about more attention being paid to sports. NBA's doing some interesting stuff for the All-Star Game. They got the three-point shooting contest, but they have a secondary three-point shooting contest that will take place between Steph Curry and Sabrina Ionescu.
So they're still doing the regular contest, and then they're doing that?
As far as I know, yes.
Okay, all right.
You will still have the All-Star Game contest, but you'll have a secondary contest between Steph Curry and the WNBA Sabrina Ionescu.
So this is like an exhibition.
Correct. This is
Okay,
just
all
kind
right.
of a for fun thing. And I think it's great. I do. Because you are bringing one of the most talented WNBA players onto the platform with Steph Curry. You are bringing a bona fide baller in Sabrina Ionescu, and you're putting her on a platform that, regardless of how you feel about it, she does not get ordinarily. It's a great platform. If she beats Steph Curry, she's going to be celebrated for that. Steph Curry is the greatest shooter of the basketball alive on planet Earth right now.
And quite possibly, at least from the three-point line,
Of all time.
Of all time so far. Yes.
Absolutely. GOAT so far at shooting the rock. If Sabrina Ionescu forgets beat Steph, if she makes Steph sweat a little bit, that's going to be great. If she can go toe-to-toe from the arc in a sniping contest with the greatest sniper of all time, there's some attention to her that will be paid to that league moving forward.
Please don't hurt me when I ask this, but is the women's three-point line the same distance as the men's
Yes.
three-point line? Is it?
Yeah,
Okay.
it's a smaller
All
ball,
right.
but
Okay.
it's the same floor.
And which ball is she using?
I'm assuming she's going to use hers. I'm
Okay.
assuming she'll use the women's ball, the WNBA ball. So
Is Steph using that ball?
no, Steph will use his NBA ball.
Okay. All right.
They'll both shoot their normal stuff. They'll just alternate around the 3-point line doing it. If Sabrina Ionescu can make Steph sweat, there's going to be attention paid to that game. If she goes out there, and by the way, my favorite thing happening in the NBA right now is NBA players taking sides in this. Some of them have picked Sabrina Ionescu legitimately to win this thing. She is an ace from the arc. With no defense, she's going to be lights out. If she can even make this guy sweat, it's going to be good for everybody. If she goes out there and Steph smokes her, Steph becomes a villain to a lot of people. Bad news, good news doesn't matter. As many people watch Batman movies to see the Joker as they do Batman. You got to have great bad guys to have great good guys. It's a requirement. So I love that. I love the LED floor that they are putting down for this game. If you haven't seen this yet, it's really cool. The basketball floor itself is going to be made out of a polymer glass that is going to have an LED jumbotron under it, which means that they're going to be able to do stuff and illustrate stuff on the floor during the game. But when the game's being played, they're going to be able to just make it a basketball court. The lines will be on it and everything. But during the skills competition, instead of like setting up cones and stuff, they'll be able to actually put those on the floor and track the players and mark hits and misses during the game. Like, I think it's phenomenal.
What if it breaks?
I doubt it. They're probably using one of those like aquarium glass polymers, you know?
I know, but I mean, a circuit could be damaged or something. I mean, I'm just saying, what if it breaks? I wonder if they have what their backup plan is.
I have no idea. I'll burn that bridge when I get there. I am willing to take the risk. Worst case, let's go outside and play out in the parking lot.
Well, that's basically what. No, I mean, they could still play on the court. They just wouldn't be able to see the lines. So I mean, so then you take the 3-point out of it because you won't know where the line is. I don't know.
I don't care. Let it happen. Let's just see. Let's get weird.
Or you,
I like it.
Or you get Charles Barkley out there with some tape,
Chuck,
and just tape it up.
I'm glad you brought up Chuck, because Chuck is part of the conversation that I actually wanted to have, which is the last gimmick that is going on. You guys also know I love an alternate broadcast. I love the Manning cast. I love the McAfee cast. I love an alternate broadcast. Now, I love an alternate broadcast because I have a master's degree in knowing of the ball. So I don't need somebody to tell me what's going on because I see it. I know. So I like guys that have a different perspective talking about the game from their perspective, much as we do on this show. I talk about it from my perspective. Lonzo talks about it from his. We have guests that talk about it from theirs. We welcome you guys to call in and talk about it from yours. Perspective in sports is what makes sports great. I love an altcast. And they are going to do an altcast for the NBA All-Star Game. And I'm great with that. Part of the cast is going to be Charles Barkley. You don't think I want to hear Charles talking about LeBron while he's playing in his 20th All-Star Game? Of damn course I do. Except for the NBA has decided that the other host is going to be current and active NBA player Draymond Green. Y'all, I love a gimmick in sports. Big fan of gimmicks in sports. Why are we celebrating Draymond Green? Why are we continuing to prop up Draymond Green as a character that the NBA wants you to pay attention to?
You should be happy about this because that means he's retiring. He's preparing for his next career, which we know that's what he's going to do. So this means that this is his final year in the NBA.
Do we accept the transgressions of Draymond Green just because he's an athlete, just because he's a competitor? Like, are we good with that dude chest stomping bros?
If I recall, there's some NFL guys who had some transgressions and went into the booth or in the studio. And
you're not wrong. John Lynch wrote a book in which he admitted that under scrums, he used to actively try to break people's hands and fingers. And now John Lynch is one of the most celebrated administrative folks in the NFL. We've always kind of forgiven these guys. And I don't know, man. It's hard for me to accept, right? Like, for the record, every time I see John Lynch, which because the 49ers are good is a lot of the times, my brain immediately goes, oh, that's the guy that freely admitted and laughed about it when he did that if you were under a scrum with him and your hand was in his face, he was snapping your fingers.
All right, so back in my day, which would have been his day, I think would have been a little bit after my day, that was kind of commonplace.
And that does kind of dampen it a little bit because if you read the stories of the old guys.
By the way, I'm not saying I did it. I had that stuff done to me, and then you could see me throwing punches in the pile. So anyway.
The old guys used to do stuff like that, and it was kind of celebrated, but I also thought we kind of moved past that, right? And again, it's one thing for me for Draymond Green is known for throwing bows when he's going up for boards. That's one thing. It is another thing when you stomp on a dude's chest while he's laying on the ground. When you punch, not punch at. When you quite literally KO'd your own teammate with a right hook to the face in practice. And yet the NBA's like, tune in for our alternate cast with Draymond Green. Y'all, I'm 100% on the Charles Barkley bandwagon of athletes are not your role models. It is not their job to raise your kids. It is not their job to give your kids an example to look up to. It's their job to score the basketball, throw the football, whatever. That's their job.
See,
not to raise your kids.
I'm just guessing that Draymond's that's not for you. It's you're not the demo they're going after. They're going after wrestling fans and people who like pain inflicted, and they want to people who
Dude, even in wrestling, when somebody goes out there and they repeatedly hurt other wrestlers, we eventually want them gone. So even in that,
it's funny you should say that. We're going to address that in the Fight Club.
Oh, we're talking about Nia Jax. I like it
because it's a little hypocritical. Anyway, I don't think the broadcast is meant for you. If I were going to listen to an alternate broadcast for this, I would like Draymond's broadcast because I think his perspective is good, and I just like how he talks.
Here's the thing. Draymond's a hell of a broadcaster. He's a hell of a broadcaster. He's going to make a damn good broadcaster. My question is, when this dude is straight Muhammad Aliing his own teammate, and when he is Macho Man Randy Savage stomping dudes in the chest and quite literally swinging back fist punching dudes in the dome. Why is this the guy? You're telling me there's not another cat in the league that can broadcast? Not another cat in the league you can strap a mic to?
Probably not like him, because the controversy will make you tune in and go, okay, what's he going to say? Is he going to say things the way he operates? And by the way, his own teammate might have had that coming. He might have, from all accounts. Sometimes you got to punch someone in the face. It's a horrible thing, but sometimes you got to do it. And you threatened to punch me in the face just the other day. You said if I walked around,
hypothetical,
right. So
there's a big difference between what if I versus look out.
Well, in Draymond's world, there are no hypotheticals. I think I'll punch him in the face, and then he does it.
He really does. Why are we good with it? Hey, speaking of punching you in the face, coming up in the next segment, Rashad Beard's going to punch you in the face with some hot, that's real bad radio. Rashad Beard, host of the
I love that.
Nation
He's going to
podcast.
punch you in the face.
It's coming
great.
up in the next segment. We'll talk silver and blue ball when we return. It's Rob, it's Lonzo, it's you. It's the Rob Brown Show. This is the Fan Upstate.
QC.
All right, guys, live reading. Then we're coming back with Rashad. Don't go anywhere. That is
no.
Anybody? All right.
No.
I'll ask Rashad. I'll ask the stream chat. Friends in Low Places is a song that crosses all demographics, right? Like that's America's song.
No.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
No.
Consider your sturdy bubble busted.
I don't think there is. I don't think there's a room in this country that if I play that song, 80+% aren't going to.
This room right here, which is filling up with
No,
people right now.
Include the chat.
Yeah, which is filling up right now. No.
Everybody knows friends and
a lot of no's coming in.
I know what it is, but I don't want to hear it.
Right.
When I hear country, I want to pull my considerable amount of hair out.
What's up, Rashad? How we doing, big dog?
All good, man. It's all good for me.
You know, I'm trying to think of all these forms of music that I would pick over country, and I can't think of any that I wouldn't pick over country, including opera. I'd rather sit through an entire opera than to listen to one country song.
Now you're just being ridiculous.
No, opera is. I mean, opera singers have very strong voices, and it tells a story. Anything with accordion, I'll sit through that. I'm just trying to. I'm sitting here. You know, if someone would do an entire song with triangle, I would just listen to that, as long as he kept time.
Where this dude from? He must be. No, I'm in South Carolina. I feel like South Carolina's. I feel like all the Carolinas would get down with some Garth Brooks. This is what it is, man.
But the room you're in right now disagrees. So I'm good with cowbell. Anything but country. Anything. There are some churches who don't believe in music and they just sing a cappella with Southern accents and it's not country. I'd rather hear that. You know, I'd rather hear spoken word.
My guy, Cam with the hot take, the correct take. That's it.
By the way, Chris Stapleton can sing, but I still don't want to hear country.
Great. I heard Willie Nelson's kid last night. He's good.
Why was he there?
No, not at the show. I just heard his music. The Rob Brown Show carries on. It is the Fan Upstate. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It's Thursday. You know what that means. We go to the stream and welcome in a young man we have the pleasure of speaking with every single Thursday at this time, talking Carolina Panther football. He is one half of the host of the Panther Nation podcast, which you can find on Twitter at Panther Nation PC. More importantly, make sure you go find them and subscribe to them on YouTube. My guy, Rashad Beard, in the house. What's up, fella?
What's going on, man? Feeling good after, the hater mode was activated. Seems like my hater energy worked pretty well. So I'm feeling good.
I was curious about when hater mode was deactivated. Was it after the last whistle blew?
Yeah. I mean, it was all the way to the end. I had to, it was a nail biter. So, we had to, I had to turn up the hate a little bit more in overtime, and it seems like it worked out.
They show my guy breaking down on the sideline. You're telling me not for a second did you feel bad for CMC? Not for a second.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I mean, I'm a human at the end of the day. Yeah, I feel bad for him, but ultimately, the hate, I got my guys won. Shout out to the Chiefs. It is what it is.
Ugh. I got to tell you, dude.
He's saying all that. He bet on the Chiefs to win.
I did. I won a lot of money.
Exactly. You cleaned up. You should be happy, man.
Rashad Beard from the Panther Nation podcast here on the Rob Brown Show and the Fan Upstate. If you want to join us on the stream, Facebook.com/the Fan Upstate, Twitter.com/the Fan Upstate, or search the Rob Brown Show on YouTube or Twitch. We are live all 4 hours, all 5 days a week. Rashad joins us every Thursday at 8:20. Obviously, we're kind of in that weird spot now, Rashad, where we're not really making moves yet, but you can be. The official off season is kicked in. We're all kind of waiting for the combine that kicks off in 11 days. You got smoke starting to get thrown out about quarterbacks who may or may not be moving on, et cetera, et cetera. Right now, what are you looking at? What are you talking about? What are you guys focusing on the pod? Because, again, we're kind of in that quiet storm part of the season where there's a lot going on behind the scenes as far as figuring out personnel moves and draft picks and all that, but nothing really happening that is public facing. What are you guys really getting into right now?
Yeah, I mean, it's really watching free agency. I mean, it's a very interesting time. Like you said, offseason starts right after the Super Bowl, right? And so the staff is rounded out, and now it's time to see what we're going to do, how we're going to build this roster. You know, Dan Morgan came out and said, hey, we need more dogs on this team. And we're all waiting to see what kind of dogs we're going to bring in. So we know we got a lot of gaps to fill, but it's also interesting to see how this team is going to be shaped. We got to understand, you know, the offensive line, how is it going to get moved around? The defense, you know, you got Evero back. You know, are you going to add anything new to that? You know, how he gets to continue to build on top of what he started building last year. So again, great on the defensive side, got some work to do on the offensive side. So I'm excited about this offseason, and those moves, those first couple of moves are going to indicate how this team is going to look. And I'm excited to see if we're going to get some dogs in the building.
Rashad Beer from the Panther Nation podcast here on the Rob Brown Show. Obviously, free agency is going to have to be a big, if not the big priority for this team without a ton of draft capital to work with, without a first rounder. I mean, you have a pick right out of the gate in round number 2. So, I mean, if you want to be optimistic, sure, real late first rounder. But as far as free agency goes, we already are seeing some names that are not going to be available, guys like Chris Jones. Got that weird story out of Philly going on with Hassan Reddick, where the Eagles said, we're letting him find a trade. And then he said, I never asked for one. Knowing the guys we know that are out there and knowing the guys that we know are not available right now, is there anybody you got your eye on as a legitimate potential free agent for Carolina?
Not really. I mean, one of the hottest names out there was T. Higgins. And T. Higgins, of course, got the franchise tag by the Cincinnati Bengals. So, I mean, that to keep an eye on the receivers, man. Mike Evans obviously would be nice, you know, but we know that he's, you know, towards the end of his career. On the balance, I wouldn't say that. He's toward the back end of his career, and he's probably going to be looking to chase another ring. So it depends on where he wants to go, what his motivation is. But that connection, Canellis and Mike Evans, I want to see that here in Carolina. We need to improve our wide receivers defensively. I don't think we have a lot of money to play around with as far as bringing like a Hassan Reddick or even a guy like Chris. We don't have that type of money. And so I definitely think it'll be some lower end free agents. And I'm not sure. I'm not too sure. Hassan Reddick, that would be nice. We had him here. A lot of folks didn't want to pay him at the time. Obviously, we had, you know, Brian Burns and Hassan here. First time we had double-digit sack guys in a long, long time. And so that was great to see. And unfortunately, it looks like he's going through the same situation he dealt with here, in that he doesn't necessarily teams don't want to pay him. Like, he's very productive pass rusher, but for some reason teams don't want to invest. And the proof is in the pudding. He's been having double-digit sacks since he left Arizona. It's kind of crazy to me. It's the conundrum of why people don't want to invest in Hassan Reddick. But it'd be great to have him back. Don't see it happening just because we have to focus on Brian Burns, Derek Brown, the guys we already have. But it's I don't know. I don't have any like one particular free agent that I am looking at to bring in here. I have to see. I don't know.
Yeah, no, I agree, and I respect that. Running back position. We've talked about this. You brought in Miles Sanders. He just never really turned into the guy. And whether or not it was talent or tactics that prevented that from happening, I got to kind of think that's a position that becomes a free agency position. There's not a lot of guys in this draft at that spot that stand out, like, for instance, Bijan Robinson did last year coming into this. We got Jesse in the chat that said Austin Ekeler might come into play. There are going to be a couple out there. I know, and I'll tell you right now, I'm preparing myself to be sick, but there's talk that New Orleans may let Alvin Kamara go for like a 7th-round pick just to dump the salary. There's going to be some running backs out there that are available. Is there anybody? Is there any thoughts in your mind? Is that even the right way to solve that position?
Yeah, man, I don't know what's going to go on with the running back position. Obviously, we have sunken costs in Miles Sanders, so I don't see that he will leave. I think they will work it out. And at the end of the day, man, Chuba is doing a great job. Chuba's still under contracts. He's still here. So I think Chuba is going to be RB1. Yes, I do think we need to bring in another back, a power back. There's a kid I can't recall his name off the top of my head, and the chat's going to get me. But the guy from Wisconsin, he's a very good running back. He's a big 6'2", 230-pound running back. I look to bring somebody in. I mean, you look at what's happening, and I've been talking about this for a long time. well-built teams are not paying running backs. They're just not. They're just not. That's why the Saints are looking to dump Kamara, because you can invest in the running back position elsewhere. Braylon Allen, thank you, Carlo. Carlo in the chat got it. Braylon Allen is the guy I'm looking at at Wisconsin. He's a big-body running back, powerful running back. But teams aren't investing a lot of money into running backs like that. And you see what happens with Christian McCaffrey. He was here. We paid him. We ended up trading him to dump the salary. That's just a strategic move. It's a strategic move to do that. So I'm looking at building through the draft. There's a couple of guys out there that I would take a look at. I'm not looking at free agency. Eckler sounds nice, but again, I'm not investing a heavy amount of money. We need to get wide receivers over running backs.
Rashad Beer from the Panther Nation podcast here on the Rob Brown Show and the Fan Upstate. We've obviously had Canellis in the building now for a minute. We've got the coaching staff filled out. Ejiro Evero coming back, which I think you and I have been very excited about. Have you gotten a vibe from the Panther Nation podcast army? Like, are they in on Ejiro Evero? Is this pretty much consensus? Because Lonzo's not a big fan of the move. I am.
No, yeah, we love Evero, man. He did a great job considering the circumstances that he dealt with last year. A lot of injuries on that side of the football. Lost Shaq Thompson for the year. Lost J.C. Horn for a good bit. Lost Jeremy Chin so a lot of good pieces went down in that defense, and he was still able to produce. Now, that said, it's not perfect, right? We have to get some more pass rushers. I think we were like last in the league in total sacks. So while they didn't give up a lot of yards, they were put up against. They were good against a lot of good teams, and so I feel like we're going to do a great job. I feel like he's going to continue to build on that. Now, there is a bit of a situation where you can argue that, hey, he's a holdover, right? You want to bring in a whole new culture into Carolina, and having that holdover may build some kind of resentment. I get that. I understand that, but I don't think Evero was the problem. I think he did a great job. I don't think he's that type of guy, but you never know. But I think that at the end of the day, Evero is going to do a good job, and we got to continue to build on what we have and bring in some more personnel to help Evero get the best out of his scheme. He had 1 year, and that 1 year was solid. Let's continue to build on it. So I think it was a great move.
Rashad Beard with the Panther Nation podcast here on the Rob Brown Show and the Fan Upstate. We've talked about this. And when you say the circumstances, this is the way that I saw it. When your offense is not scoring points, when they can't sustain drives, when your defense is taking more snaps than any other defense in the National Football League, when they're being asked to play more than any other team in the National Football League, and then you end the season holding a playoff team, a divisional winner in Tampa Bay, yes, a 9-win one, but a divisional team, a divisional champ nonetheless, to 9 points on 3 field goals. There's not much more you can ask out of that, right? And I want to get your thoughts on the Steve Wilks firing in San Francisco here before we get out of here in a minute, but I kind of looked at that as the same way, is like, man, how much more do you want based on what this offense is not doing for you right now?
Yeah, I 100% agree with that, man. It definitely mirrors what's going on with Wilks. In that, yeah, you can only expect so much when your defense is consistently on the ropes. They always have to kind of battle back and hold these offenses back, and they get put in terrible situations, whether it be turnovers, pick sixes. We know Bryce threw a couple of pick sixes, and those points technically go on the defense, right? And so they get put in terrible situations. I think, again, Evero did a fantastic job considering the circumstances. And if we can put up an offense that can put up a somewhat of a fight, I think you'll see this defense get better and better, and maybe they can actually get some rest and play well and play better. Hopefully we'll see that. And I think you're absolutely right. And the Wilks situation is very unfortunate, man. I think it's a scapegoat firing. And I'll talk about that more. I'm doing a more than huddle right after this to talk about that in depth. But terrible firing. I think that was an absolute scapegoat job by Kyle Shanahan and them. Not good at all.
Yeah, I said the same thing. We talked about that a little bit earlier this morning. We'll come back to Carolina because I did want to ask you about that. My thought here was San Francisco's defense gave up 1 offensive touchdown in 4 quarters of football to the Kansas City Chiefs. Not Carolina, to the Kansas City Chiefs. If you'd have told me going in that the San Francisco defense, and by the way, that 1 touchdown came after a muffed punt turnover where the defense had just come off the field 10 seconds before that, and Patrick Mahomes got the ball at the 16 going in. If you'd have told me that was the circumstance and they were going to give up 1 offensive touchdown, I'd have told you before the game, San Francisco's winning that football contest. This 100% to me was not Steve Wilks falling on the sword. This was Kyle Shanahan shoving it through him.
Yeah, I agree. I actually agree with that. I think that Wilks did a decent job. Now, are there some things he could have did? You don't zero blitz Patrick Mahomes. Like, that's a mistake. You can't do that. And you got torched in overtime, gave up a lot of yards. So were there some mistakes? Yes, but I think he did a fantastic job considering the circumstances. Like you said, the turnover that happened in the red zone got Patrick Mahomes those points. So I think he did a good job considering the circumstances. And yeah, man, I can turn around and point at that offense, man. If they go and score, Brock Purdy makes a couple of throws, hits the open guys. That game is completely different. If they win that game, Wilks is not fired. So now all of a sudden, I don't understand why he you held the greatest quarterback of all time to basically what you did, right? And it's like, man, how do you get fired after that? And I get it. The San Francisco 49ers are in championship mode. They got to do what they got to do. Their window is going to close here in a brief second. Like, their window is closing. So you got to do what you got to do to get over the hump. Was Wilks the problem? I don't think so. And I think you got other issues you need to, especially looking at the offense side of football. I think you got some issues over there. So it was a clear scapegoat firing. Not a good look for Kyle Shanahan and San Francisco 49ers.
Yeah, no, I felt the same way. As soon as that came across yesterday, it was just like a fall back in the chair moment. Like, what are we doing here? We kind of know it's on you, Kyle. Like, he was not associated. And I don't hang the 28-3 Super Bowl where Kyle Shanahan was the OC for Atlanta on Kyle Shanahan. My man grabbed you 28 against Brady. If you can't stop him from scoring 25.5, that's on the defense as much as Kyle. But they did get to 28 and not score again. And then in the last one against Kansas City, even that one, I'm like, all right, it is Patrick Mahomes. He's going to put up a bunch of points, but also you kind of petered out. On this one, I don't know what to tell you. If your defense holds Kansas City to a legitimate 10 points of offense in 3.5 quarters of football, you better win that game.
I can't take it anymore. I tried to stay quiet. He got worse when they got into the playoffs. Someone on the stream mentioned Detroit and the other teams they play. It got worse. The defense got worse as they went into the playoffs. When you get into the playoffs, you should be better, not worse. DeMeco Ryans is there. They win that Super Bowl. They got worse. They got worse. They started giving up. They gave up more yards. They barely made it to the Super Bowl.
Where were the 49ers when DeMeco Ryans was the DC?
Quarterback got hurt. So, or they would have been in the Super Bowl. Would they not have been in the Super Bowl if the quarterback hadn't got hurt? They would have beat Philadelphia. They definitely would have been there.
If it was a fifth, I'd be a drunk man.
You're
right.
I get all this, but I called that he was going to be fired. I knew he was going to be fired because of his failings in the playoffs and
his failings.
They lost
They lost in overtime. They won though. Like they won the 3 games that they struggled. They won. They got a W, right? They did what they had to do. And all teams are going to get better in the playoffs, right? You're going to face different challenges. It's a chess match out there. You can't expect the same results in the regular season to translate to the playoffs. It's a different game. And he held Patrick Mahomes. He held Patrick Mahomes to like what he did. He did a great job. He did a great job.
I disagree, but here's the thing: for the first time in a long time, Rob and Rashad are on the same page. I try to be quiet.
Is it Wilks' fault that Kyle Shanahan completely flubbed the overtime?
No. Shanahan deserves a lot of it.
He does.
But
he
at
can't
the same
fire
time,
himself.
No, and what I said also that he would be fired as scapegoat because they got to fire someone. And I said this last week after the Super Bowl. Knew he was going to be the guy who was fired. And I'm not trying to go, look at me. I called it. Someone was going to be let go, and it may not be the only ones. The special teams coach may get fired. Who knows? But in the end, when it comes down to it, when your superiors are looking at you like, okay, you had all this. Why didn't you win with this? That defense was stacked, though, man, and he made some mistakes that he should not have made. He got outcoached, but he got outcoached by Andy Reid. He absolutely did.
And even if you got outcoached, getting outcoached by Andy
Reid.
No,
that's why I threw my hands up. You got outcoached by Andy Reid, arguably the best coach in the league right now.
No, Kyle Shanahan got outcoached. Listen, it's not his
Yeah,
fault.
yeah, but he doesn't coach the defense. Wilkes
He
did.
coaches the team. He's responsible for the entire team. He's a head coach, and he's not going to fire himself. It was a clear scapegoat firing. Somebody had to go. He cites like he's not the right guy for the we just didn't match, bro. Come on, man. Come on. It was a scapegoat firing. It is what it is. Kyle is not going to fire himself. He should.
That's it. That's it.
Well, you should fire yourself. Okay.
I mean, honestly, you might should. He really should. All right, Rashad Beer from the Panther Nation podcast here on the Rob Brown Show and the Fan Upstate. What you guys got coming up, big dog?
And so, I'm going in depth to talk about this Wilkes situation because I got a lot more opinions about that. So after this, I'll be going live. We're gonna cover the combine, all the pro days, all the stuff coming up. Off season is the best season. I love the off season, so we're gonna be breaking down all the signings. We got sign or walk for all the free agents. A lot of good stuff coming up on PNP.
Let's be real. There's no off seasons for us, dude. There's no off seasons. There's none. Rashad Beard hosts the Panther Nation podcast. You can find them on Twitter at Panther Nation PC. More importantly, make sure you search and subscribe to the Panther Nation podcast on YouTube. I'll be coming by to watch a little bit after we get out of here.
Come through.
I love it.
I just want you to know I love you, Rashad. I just want you to know.
We typically agree, man.
I know.
We got to get back on track.
Yeah, this is weird for me, but okay.
Rashad, we'll talk to you next week, big fella. Appreciate it.
All right, guys. Thank you.
There you go. Rashad Beard, host of the Panther Nation podcast. For those of y'all that are watching on his stream, you're welcome to come over and join us on ours. We're taking you all the way till 10 a.m. Just search The Rob Brown Show on YouTube or on Twitch. We're staying live up till 10 a.m. We are back after this. It is the Fan Upstate. Yeah, that's the take right there, Alvin. That's the take right there.
Yeah, but you could do the same thing on the defensive side with Chase Young and all those guys. I mean, come on.
That's my thing, man. Someone had to go. Why? Why did someone have to go? You held the Kansas City Chiefs to less than 23 points for a full 4 quarters. If you told me that defense was going to give up 1 touchdown in 4 quarters of football, what the hell else can you do, man? Like, what else are you going to ask out of them? Pitch a shutout against Patrick Mahomes or you're fired? It's a little weak. It's a little weak to me. That's not the right move. Yeah, make that XP. Take the Christian McCaffrey fumble out of the beginning. Any of that changes, that game's not going to overtime.
There's nothing worse than coming home from a cold day.
Yes, we are in the same room.
And nobody has ever hit anybody else in this room. Well, the two of us have never hit each other.
There's been some close things. Then I got traded. Yeah, what Kelsey did, that was out of line. Just yelling at your coach, period, and bumping him like that. But as I pointed out on the air, if you look the game before, Andy did that to Kelsey. Kelsey was going by, and he threw one at him and knocked him sideways. So they had that kind of relationship. It was unfortunate, but you still, no matter how passionate you are, you shouldn't be up in your coach's face doing that. And as an older guy who can fall easier right now, I thought Andy's footwork was just, it was magnificent.
See, further proof that the PNP Army and the Rob Brown Show Armada, no ball. Also, like how we have an army and an armada.
Well, when you need to go to war, what else do you need? An army and an armada.
It's me, your couch. What a tag. What a tag. Hey, me. Hey, yo, it's me, your couch.
What a great commercial. That was excellent.
10 times better performance can make a big difference. Castrol Edge Motor Oil gives your engine 10 times better high temperature performance. Castrol Edge, better oil for maximum performance. Now through March 4th, get 5 quarts of Castrol Edge or Edge high mileage full synthetic and motor.
Yeah, I saw. So Luke surprised Cam at Radio Row during the Super Bowl, and it was cool. Like Cam freaked out. Like Cam was stoked to see him, which was like a cool moment to see those dudes just be bros for a minute. I loved it. I haven't got a chance to listen to the pod yet, but I have no doubt it was good. The Rob Brown Show rolls on. It is the Fan Upstate. Rob and the Great Lonzo with you on a beautiful upstate Thursday morning. Got a bunch of stuff we've been talking about on the show today. Caitlin Clark tonight back at the house with a chance to set the all-time scoring record in NCAA women's basketball. She just needs 8 points to break the record that Kelsey Plum has been hanging on to for a hot minute. Caitlin had an opportunity during last Sunday's L on the road at Nebraska, but she recorded only 31 points in the contest. Would have needed to get to 39 to do it. It was the 15th time this season that she has crossed the 30-point plateau in a game for the Hawkeyes. She has scored single digits in a game only once in her entire collegiate career. It came early in her freshman year. Now she heads back to Carver Hawkeye Arena against Michigan, and the 15,000 plus in attendance have a very good opportunity to see this happen, which is why you can buy individual tickets. There's no group tickets left. Individual tickets. And if you want in the building to sit up in the top, you're coming at a grand a pop minimum to get in the door tonight.
All right, I'm going to put on my sweet-looking Batman cowled tinfoil hat and say, what if they wanted her to just back off on her scoring a little bit? Because attendance is up every single game to see her break this record. And prices are up everywhere to see her break this. I'm just saying, if you're someone who looks at that sort of thing and thinks, well, maybe there could possibly be.
If she scores 7 points tonight after averaging 31 a game for basically 3 3/4 years, then I'll go, okay, tinfoil cap time. The reality is Caitlin Clark was busting her, her hump last week in the fourth quarter in that game on the road, and just the ball wouldn't go in. There was a lid on the hoop. It happens to everybody. It happened to Jordan. There's just nights where there's a glass lid on the top of the hoop and you can't get the rock to go through no matter what you do. That was that game for her last Sunday.
How much did you say individual tickets were?
$1,000. Like average $1,000.
I just,
Why can't you just enjoy things?
I do. I do. I listen. I didn't say I believed it wholeheartedly, but there's a percentage of me that wonders if it's a possibility. That's all.
No.
I mean,
it's basketball.
Yeah.
You can't score 39 every time out.
You're right. Ask Tim Donahue
She only
about
got to
that.
31.
I mean, he would tell you that, it's basketball and you can do some things. And you might end up in jail, but you can do some
sports.
things.
It is pure and perfect with absolutely no corruption involved at all. ESPN. Sorry. I mean, did I say that?
I'm sorry. The scholar athletes. I don't know what I was thinking.
To the student athletes.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
This young lady. I said this to Cody Decker. I asked him on our Saturday show, Bet for the Cycle, the nationally syndicated gambling show, sports gambling show specifically. That is your favorite show in America. I asked Cody Decker about this, and I'll ask you guys in the listening and viewing audience the same thing. Is Caitlin Clark the face of college basketball right now? Because I think the answer is yes. I think it was Angel Reese towards the end of last year, and I think right now it's Caitlin Clark. I think Angel Reese and LSU with Haley Van Lith coming down in the transfer portal out of Louisville. I think that team has struggled enough that they have kind of fallen off the radar just a little bit. I think the faces of, and because you had so much turnover in South Carolina on Dawn's team, there's not that Aaliyah Boston there this year. So I think
they're
right
still
now,
number one, though, right?
They are undefeated and they're number
just,
one.
Yeah.
But we're in terms, obviously, in terms of the teams you're paying attention to, yes, South Carolina is runaway the team you need to pay attention to if you are watching women's college basketball. But I'm talking about, when I say college basketball, I don't mean is Caitlin Clark the face of women's college basketball. I mean, is she the face of college basketball as a sport? And to me, the answer is yes. I asked Decker that. I'm like, quick, name me the guy right now that you would say is more of a recognizable face in college basketball than Caitlin Clark. And I don't think Decker could have come up with one. Like, I don't think there's a dude playing right now that if we threw headshots up on the screen would be more recognizable than Caitlin Clark. Now you can say that's because, the networks are pushing her. The networks are, yes, but they're pushing her for a reason. She is going to shatter the NCAA's all-time scoring record this year. Not break it. She's going to break it tonight. I'm going to go ahead and call the shot. She's going to break it tonight. But by the end of the season, she is going to be hundreds of points ahead of where Kelsey Plum was when she was done. She is right now, without a doubt, the biggest face, name, and personality. Angel Reese had an opportunity to take that from her, but that team has been struggling. Now that chance is gone. Caitlin Clark is the biggest face of the entire sport, men's and women's right now. Zero questions to me. And by the way, if you're not planning on watching her tonight, you should, because she's a freaking baller, dude. She's a baller. Straight up, there's nothing on the floor she can't do. She is an all-around baller. She will snipe you from outside. She will drive through your chest. She will hit you with the pull-up mid-range. There's not a spot on the floor that she can't beat you from. She is a baller. And I'll tell you right now, Caitlin Clark's going on the big TV in the Bro Cave today. Caitlin Clark's going on the big TV. The duels are going on the mid TV. The NBA's going on the small TV tonight. That's how much I'm excited to watch her play tonight. She's a baller. Also a baller, this guy with the sports flash.
Yeah, that's me. I mean, look at me. How could you not think that? Connor Stallions may have created a huge scandal for Michigan, but he's also created change in college football. The ACC has approved the use of sideline tablets and helmet communication technology during its winter meetings. The rules will still have to be approved by the NCAA. The administration allowed experiments with the tech during bowl season, and rules about the tech will be developed by the conference and the NCAA in tandem. Clemson defended home court against Miami, trouncing the Canes 77-60. Chase Hunter racked up 20 points to lead all scorers, and Clemson tallied more rebounds, assists, and steals than Miami. The win moves them above 500 for the first time in conference, and most experts say, barring catastrophe, they should be in the tournament. Tune in Sunday at 1:30 as Furman men's basketball team takes on Chattanooga right here on the Fan Upstate.
Don't let this pain keep you from living your best life. QC Kinetics advanced state-of-the-art treatments harness and direct your body's natural ability
Bacon. So I'm guessing you didn't have that great of a time last night because you didn't come in. Okay. So that's why.
I'll tell you what happened. Because the show was at 7:30, ordinarily I would have taken her out to a 5-star dinner. But because the show was at 7:30, we wanted to be there closer to 7. I had dinner ready for her. I cooked her I took her one of her favorite Italian dishes. Made her some Alfredo with sun-roasted pesto with 4-cheese cannoli and Italian sausage and some mushrooms on top. So I cooked her a dinner, and then we poured a couple of glasses of wine, and it was a bottle we had not had before, and we both really liked it. So we polished the bottle and opened another one. And then about halfway through the second bottle of wine at 6:30, we were like, yeah, no. So we were going to Uber to the show, and I pulled up Uber and called up a ride, and it was going to be like a $60 ride from our house to the well, which also meant it was going to be more expensive to get back leaving the well. So it was going to go, we were going to be going in for $150 to catch a ride to the show and back. So we were like, nope. So we stayed home, watched a movie, and just hung out.
I'm guessing it wasn't Pro Wrestlers versus Zombies.
It was not Wrestlers versus Zombies. No. I tried to talk her into it. She wasn't having it.
It was a good move on her
We
part.
watched like 4 episodes of Law and Order, SVU, romance stuff.
Yeah, definitely a mood setter.
Yeah, for sure. Nothing says bow chicka bow wow like Law and Order, SVU. No, we just had a nice little stay-at-home night. We were both kind of like, I've seen Journey 3 times in this lineup. And as much as I would like to see Toto, I was like, am I paying $150 to go drive to see Toto? I couldn't justify it.
So disappointed. I'm glad you had a good evening, though.
We had a lovely evening.
Well, there you go.
Had
That's
a
all that
lovely
matters.
evening. It was one of those, sometimes you just need an evening with your person to like get right. That's what we had. It was very nice. I do want to watch the new Mr. and Mrs. Smith with the Childish Gambino.
It looks good.
It looks
Yeah.
great. I very much want to watch it, Deontay. Texas says, when we really look at it, have there been more recognizable women in college basketball than men in the last 5 years? I got to tell you, I think yes. Really, I think yes. Now, you can have the argument about why for a lot of reasons. You can have the argument that you have a larger crop of college basketball superstars. We've had recognizable guys. If you're a big college basketball guy, Armando Bacot, RJ Davis at North Carolina, recognizable dudes. PJ Walker at Clemson, recognizable dudes. There's no shortage of dudes in the game that you can look at and go, that guy's going to be an NBA star one day, or at least a consistent NBA player one day. Ian Shiflin from Clemson is going to be he's going to be like a career backup who gets 8 minutes, 3 points, 4 boards, and an assist a night for like 20 years in the league. These are the type of cats we got in the men's game for sure. So I can argue there's a bigger crop of NBA guys in the league in college basketball than maybe ever before. And there are fewer standout women in the game. We know about the Cavender twins, Haley Van Lith, Angel Reese, Caitlin Clark. When you have standouts, and you can take it all the way back to like Candace Parker and Cheryl Swoops. You can take it back to the legends when the women's game was really hitting that kind of that revolutionary period, that there are fewer obvious stars in the women's game. There's stars, but there's fewer obvious stars. And so we kind of dial in on the ones that are the obvious stars. And when there's few of them, you can heap more attention on. When you talk the men's game, yeah, it's a wider crop of NBA guys. So you're dialed in on all these different players at Kentucky and Tennessee and A&M and Clemson and a shocking South Carolina team and Gonzaga and St. Mary's. And all these different schools. And by the way, there's 300 teams in the men's game every year that can make the tournament. There's plenty of attention played. And there's same on the women's side, but realistically every year there's like 1 to 2 teams that you're like, they've got 2 superstars. That's the team right there. Right now, Iowa, South Carolina. You would have thought LSU with Kim Mulkey, but LSU's given a couple of games back. So all of a sudden, and remember, LSU built a super team. Haley Van Lith transferred from Louisville down to LSU to play for Kim Mulkey with Angel Reese. And they've given a couple back, including getting beat up on by Dawn Staley's Gamecocks. Dawn Staley and the Gamecocks broke LSU. They broke Kim Mulkey's team. They have not looked the same. And you've had some issues with LSU. But remember, Angel Reese sat out, like 4 games earlier in the year for reasons we still don't know. And they won those games. But as soon as she came back, they lost to Dawn Staley, and they have not been the same team since that point. So I think because there are fewer teams that you look and go, that team genuinely has a chance to win the title. And there are fewer stars, we kind of dial in, but it doesn't change the fact that Caitlin Clark is so head and shoulders above everybody else this year. Last year, her and Angel Reese were kind of neck and neck all year, and Angel got the better of Caitlin Clark. She hit her with the reverse John Cena last year. And it was a moment. When she walked off the court, Angel Reese pointing at that ring finger, it was like, damn, this chick arrived.
Yeah, lots of, that's disrespectful, and you can't do that. That's not, yeah.
I think Caitlin Clark was the first one that came out and said, I ran my mouth when it gets thrown back at me because I took the L. I got to own it. And she did.
Admittedly, that's the first time I'd ever heard of her.
Sure.
It's when that happened. And now she has stayed on the radar.
100%. Because that's the other part is a lot of, like Armando Bacot for North Carolina. Last year, Armando Bacot exploded onto the scene last year for North Carolina. Exploded onto the scene. And he's playing good ball this year, but I check the scores every day. And every now and then, I dive in and you look, and Armando Bacot turned in a 13.6 rebound, 3 assist night. That's not going to put you on SportsCenter top 10. Caitlin Clark's averaging 31 a game. Let me put it this way. I read an article Monday about Caitlin Clark's game on the road against Nebraska up in Lincoln, a game that she needed 38 to set the record. And everybody said maybe she can do it. 34 is kind of the usual number. She's averaging 31. She can get to 34 regularly. She could do it tonight. She got to 31. I read an article Monday morning. Not an editorial, mind you. Like a journalistic take on the game. And it opened with Caitlin Clark scored only 31 last night. What? She scored only 31 points for Iowa. That's just kind of where she is. That's just kind of the spot. So that's why I said ending the last segment, and I appreciate that texter. I think right now Caitlin Clark is the face of the game. The face of the game. The face of the game. Cleaning up another text. Texture said, Rob, when you played football, you didn't spit in people's eyes or try to stick your finger through their face mask? ? Turns out I didn't.
Did you have it done to you, though?
I played primarily the basketball court. There was a cat that played for Pace High School, which is just outside of Pensacola. I played for Choctawhatchee High School in Fort Walton Beach, Florida. And I hated playing Pace. There was a guy in my same grade who played for Pace. This dude was a brick wall. He was like if Mike Allstott was a high school kid, all right? And this cat played dirty. This is the dude where if you were kind of in a box out battle with this cat, he would give you a love tap to the junk when you went hands up to go get a board. He would have his hands down and he would give you a little love tap in the junk. If he spun, it was his elbow was always, it just always happened to be at nose height. This dude, that's just how he played the game. And it was infuriating. I've told you the story before. We had a kid on our team named Frank Spitznagel. Frank was a terrifying person. Frank was the dude that was like, he was an okay basketball player, but he's the dude that you sent out onto the floor when somebody needed to be stopped from playing that way, right? And Frank, if Frank didn't end the game with a tech, he was angry. Didn't matter if we won or lost. Did I get my tee? Did I catch my tee on the way out? The reason this came up, if you missed the conversation earlier, is because the NBA is having their All-Star game this Saturday, and you'll have the traditional broadcast, but they're doing an alternate broadcast, and this alternate broadcast is going to have active NBA players. It's like a Manning cast. And there are two players who are going to be manning, my understanding, manning the mic for the entire game. There is a studio host. Then they're going to have Charles Barkley. I'm already in. I'll watch anything Chuck Barkley does on TV. Anything he does. They're going to have Chuck Barkley and Draymond Green. And I asked the question, we collaboratively, are we good? Are we just good with Draymond Green now? We're just good with him. My dude is stomping.
Are we good with Charles Barkley now?
I am. I love Chuck.
So after time, you forget that he's like threw some guy through a window and all this other stuff that he did back in the day. So now it's okay because he's funny.
I'm not saying my take might not be mildly hypocritical.
Okay. I
acknowledge it might be.
All right.
Now, Chuck got in a fight.
He also made that commercial, I am not a role model, because of all the stuff that he did.
For the record, that's why I love Chuck.
Okay,
right?
but you don't like Draymond.
I think I do think there is a difference between the two. Chuck's in a fight. Draymond is stomping on a dude's chest who's laying on the ground. He is punching out. Do you think that Jordan Poole was looking at Draymond like, oh, I better defend myself? No, that's my teammate. We're practicing. Even if we get a little heated, you don't KO your own team.
Listen. If you're on a team with Steve Smith, you always think you're going to get those hands. So if you know you got some guy that every team I was on, every job I've been on, there's always a hothead that you just don't know what they're going to do at some point.
Even with a hothead, you don't KO now you get into it with your teammate, you push and shove, maybe you get into it a little extra during playtime on practice, that's fine. You don't walk over and Mike Tyson your dude in the grill. That's low. That's low. And then we haven't even talked about like the spinning back fist that he hit on another dude, right?
Which was still, it was textbook. It was well done.
If a dude did that in MMA, Lonzo and I would break it down on the stream during a break. We'd be like, look at this shot. This is how you line it up and execute. But it was an NBA game, not an MMA fight. I got a problem with it. The difference between Chuck and Draymond to me is that the majority of the stuff that Chuck got involved with was stuff between two dudes who were battling versus that guy's laying on his back on the free throw stripe and catching a Ultimate Warrior boot to the chest.
Well, there's all that, and there's still the window. I'm just saying. I mean,
but I've forgotten the story, but he was in a fight when he did that, right? He didn't just grab some dude and Marty Jannetty him through a window.
As far as I recall, no.
And for the record, that dude was taking the cowardly out trying to run.
Well, yeah.
Some classic Bobby the Brain.
I mean, you know.
I think the line for me that makes it different with Chuck than Dre is that Chuck, and I mean this, is one of the things I appreciate most that any athlete has ever done ever, was when Chuck grabbed a mic and was like, I'm not your kid's role model. I'm not a role model. I'm a basketball player. I'm an athlete. I'm a person. I'm not your kid. It's not on me to teach your kids lessons. That's your job.
Is it a possibility that you're less harsh on Chuck because all that stuff happened before your formidable years, before you were, or maybe even before you knew what basketball was? Because it was a long time ago, so I don't remember how long ago it was. But is it possible because it didn't happen while you were doing this, what you're doing right now?
So Charles Barkley played in the league. Charles Barkley, when was in his prime, he was drafted the year before I was born.
Yeah. So I'm just saying.
It was 84 or 85 he was drafted.
So that's a possibility that maybe that's because, I remember when all that stuff was going on because
But I would argue,
alive.
I would argue Chuck was in his prime when I was coming awake as a basketball fan. Like Chuck was in his prime early 90s. He won his MVP in 93. Won his MVP in 93 and he went to All-Star games through the 90s.
So you were what, 7?
Let's see. Hang on. I'll look him up. Charles Barkley, NBA Most Valuable Player 93. I was 8 years old. 11-time NBA All-Star. His last time as an All-Star was 97. I was 12 years old. I was a basketball fan at that point. I was 100% a basketball fan, like knowing of basketball at that point. But I think for me, the difference is Chuck absolutely went out and just straight up acknowledged, like, yeah, dude, like it's not my job to raise your kids. And I will tell you now, and this is probably one of those takes that turns people off about me a little bit. He's 100% right. It's not his job to raise your kids. It is no athlete's job to be a role model for your kid. Never has been, never will be. It's not their job. Their job is to win basketball games and nothing else, or win football games and nothing else. I don't care. But there is obviously a line. And to me, when you are not just directly endangering the lives, the well-being, the health, the safety, the career of other players, but you are actively doing things that are a direct detriment. It's one thing to play good, tough, physical basketball, right? I love somebody who gets down in the paint and battles. Love it. I love a Joel Embiid when he's like Joel Embiiding.
I guess
I love Nikola Jokic. It's a different thing. It's one thing to elbow a dude when you're boxing him out and maybe you catch a little extra chunk, a little extra meat. It is another thing to see a dude laying on his back and put your boot to his sternum.
But there are other players like Ndamukong Suh. I mean, look at how many times he stomped on people.
Yeah, and I don't like that guy either.
I would rather be stomped by Draymond Green than Ndamukong Suh. Also look at, why do I forget his name? In Cleveland, defensive player who took the helmet and slammed it. It plays D&D. And see, it's happening to you too.
Damn it.
I can see him in my head.
Garrett.
Myles Garrett.
Yeah.
I mean,
you're NFL defensive player of the year.
Yeah. He just won that. Yeah. And people forget what he did and why he was gone for a long time.
Look, it's like Ray Lewis, man. I know we've said this a million times. We are more than happy to forgive and forget if you are a winner.
But I think it also helps if you kind of like the guy. If the guy's likable, you'll let it go a little bit more than someone like Draymond, who is not really that like. Yeah, I mean, he walks in the room, he kind of looks like a punk. He does.
Oh, and he embraces it, right? And again,
he is the heel for sure.
100% he's the heel, and he knows it. Now, again, I got no problem. I'm a Ric Flair guy. I love the bad guy when they know they're the bad guy, and they use it as part of the game. There's a difference.
All right. Everyone's going crazy about the Sean Elliott thing. I didn't hit the breaking news because, so Sean Elliott's back with South Carolina. I don't really care. I just, What did Carolina do under Sean Elliott? They lost to a D2 team. No, that doesn't excite me.
Texter says Elliott coming back to the Gamecocks, baby, huge hire.
Is it? I mean, is it really though?
We'll talk about it.
Yeah, no, it's not. It's not that big of a deal.
We'll talk about that. Texter says this is also a much softer generation, so it's frowned upon much more now. I am not going to, respectfully, Texter.
Rob Brown, SAWFT.
You could have just told me. Listen, you may call me soft. You may call me a snowflake. You may call me Liberob if you wish. If you think that punching each other in the face is a bona fide way to live your life, then I encourage you to live your life not near me. Okay? Now, if you get paid money to do it in an MMA environment, like, yeah, cool, good for you. You figured something out. All right? But this whole thing of, dude, athletes are tougher. No, they're not. They just don't punch each other in the face. It's not that they are
By the
tougher.
way, but there are a lot of athletes that are tougher. Yeah. I mean, tougher than you, tougher than me. Yeah, probably.
Dude, I promise you. And this is the one that gets him. I promise you, LeBron James would have averaged 35 points a game in the 90 NBA. 100% he would have. That body, that size, that shape, that speed, that physicality. Yes, he absolutely would have. Stop with it. It's soft because they don't want to get punched in the mouth, stomped in the chest, backhanded in the face.
Look at the example you use. Now you should have picked like Steph. How would Steph have done? LeBron's built for the ages, no matter what age it is. Steph, maybe not so much.
No, you would have. You just had to set Steph up. He still would have been a sniper. He still would have been the greatest shooter of all time.
He would have just been Steve Kerr, and he would have just been out on. No. Let me finish.
Succeeded in the league.
Yeah, but it would just been out on the perimeter, waiting that maybe someone will throw him the ball. I mean, or John Paxson or one of those guys that when they take the shot, everyone's shocked. I can't believe he threw the ball to him. Steph Curry would have been like that back then. Good for him that he wasn't born in that era. He was in this era where he didn't have to get beat up that much, and he can take those shots. And by the way, Golden State still wasn't very good. I take pleasure in that.
They're gonna make the play-in tournament. You know what I wait? I wait for them to make the playoff tournament and then like go on a tear for no reason. Texas said, "Thank God Bill Laimbeer's not in the NBA anymore." Laimbeer would be kicked out of every game.
Yeah,
in the first quarter.
he wouldn't make it in there.
And again,
or he would adjust his game and be a little more sneaky.
I am a basketball fan, and I am here to say, I don't know why I started it like it's a 90s rap song. I'm a basketball fan, and I'm here to say the game is getting played in a whole new way. All right.
That's a freestyling, ladies and gentlemen.
I'm so dumb.
The most vanilla freestyle in the history of radio right there.
I never got down with it's basketball, not professional wrestling with a hoop. All right. That's it. That's all it is. It's just, I understand it's just a generational difference, and that's okay. All right. We got to run to a break. My name's Rob Brown, and I'm here to say we got to run to the break in the normal way. Playing some commercials in your ears. When we come back, we'll be right here. How am I getting paid for this? I don't understand. I'm worse than Travis Kelce at this point. We're back after this. It's the Rob Brown Show right here on the Fan Upstate. That was so bad. I'm firing myself.
I'm so glad that I was here to witness that.
I'm going to fire me.
That was amazing.
Wonder if Ron Meta World Peace. Imagine being Ron Artest and then thinking Meta World Peace is. He should have named it Meta World Violence. We'd all be like, yeah, that checks out.
It's one of those things, when he comes and does what he does, afterwards there'll be peace. Maybe. I don't know.
All I can say is give violence a chance.
It's opposite day. He didn't really mean that. Oh, why am I here? Let me take care of that.
Malice in the Palace. I was watching that live. What a night.
No idea how that got turned down. No, Steven, I won't even make that a promo. Stop it.
I'll never be accused of not being myself on the air.
Although if I want to put some effort into it, I can find a mad beat to put behind it.
A mad beat.
Maybe put a little something on his voice, you know. Well, I couldn't put a soft beat. It's got to be a bad beat. It's got to be a bad beat. I've been known to do that sort of thing from time to time there, Stephen.
Pretty pumped about that. Little SEC tournament basketball action.
You know what? I'm thinking I need a vacation. I got to get my vacation in there. I need some time away.
I'm in a weird spot because I want to save all mine for the wedding. Because I'm gonna take the whole week of the wedding and then probably 2 days. And that leaves me, I think, 7 more to play with after that.
How many do you have? You should have 3.
15.
You should have 3 weeks.
I do. So if I use the whole week of the wedding and then probably 2 days
Plus you got
next
2.
week.
Plus you have 2 personal days.
Plus I have 2 personal, so I have 17 to use.
Yeah.
So, and I know we got to use 2 because we're.
Or you
going
can use the
down-
Mark Ryan method, and you might have a little bit more. I won't elaborate.
I got to use 2 to go down to St. Augustine to line up vendors and all that stuff. So there's 9 down, which gives me.
Be a long summer for you.
I know. That's the thing. Is there's not a Oh, and now Courtney has floated the idea of end of March going up to New York City for a weekend for her best friend's birthday, which you don't have to twist my arm to get me to New York City. But do I want to blow a couple of vacation days on that?
Rob Brown Show, what do you want to talk about? All right, hang on.
Who dat?
Your stuff works now, right?
Oh, that's right. I forgot. Chris fixed it. You got it, Keegan. I'll shoot you a text when I need you to fill in. Hey, do my phone control buttons on this thing work? I wonder.
I don't know. For some reason, there we go. Now I got it. See, there's a problem.
Oh yeah.
I mean,
oh yeah.
You can take it and take a phone call. I mean, you know what? I don't want to talk anyway.
Do this. I'm gonna give her off 60 seconds.
I mean, that's fine. I wouldn't have took the phone call if I.
It's Thursday. And you know what that means. Time for Fight Club with the Great One. And since it is a segment about fighting, and I suspect I've got just the narrowest ideas of where our next caller is going to go, I am going to pull the audible here, and I am going to allow Crazy Ralph to open up Fight Club because I suspect he's got, let's go verbal violence in mind. Ralph, welcome back to the show, big dog. Good to have you.
Yeah, it's great to be back here to talk to you. I had to call because I couldn't friggin' believe it. Shane Beamer, every time I think that guy has lost me forever, he goes and does something to reel me back in. He's gone and hired Sean Elliott back to be the tight ends coach, and I love this move. Maybe the best move that Shane Beamer has ever made as a South Carolina coach. So we're going to see how all of this plays out, but I love the Sean Elliott hire. It makes me feel confident that somebody knows what the heck they're doing inside that locker room. And the best part about it is, fellas, if Beamer goes out there and craps the bed and wins 2 or 3 games this year, he'll be out the door. And I'd love Sean Elliott to get another crack at the head coaching spot.
I'll tell you what, I find this hire very, very interesting, Crazy Ralph. The guy leaves, Georgia Southern to come up. He was the head coach there to be the tight ends coach. And you do have to wonder if there's a little bit of like, okay, maybe I'll just go ahead and position myself. I think the other aspect of it, and we'll have this conversation on tomorrow's show, I think it shows that it's going to be near impossible to be a G5 coach because any even close to talent is going to take off to transfer up to a higher caliber school. But I find the hire interesting. I do find the hire very interesting.
I don't. It's just weird. This is the first questionable thing in a while that Shane Beamer has done.
I find 2 things interesting. Number one, I've been scrolling social media during the break, and the Gamecock fans online seem to be very happy about it. The fact that Crazy Ralph, numero uno Shane Beamer hater, is on board with this hire, and you're not, intrigues me.
Wow. I'm really excited. I'm so pumped. I'm excited. That's Sean Elliott. And then you lose to a D2. No. Tried it. Didn't work. Lost a bunch. Why bring that guy in? And the fact that he resigned from a head coaching position to come to it's weird. All right. Let's get into the Fight Club where everything makes sense. Not like that stuff. My first question for Rob Brown, that's him over there. What's going to happen with The Rock? What's he going to do for WrestleMania?
You should know your role and shut your mouth.
Because we know it's going to be Cody versus Roman, unless something changes. Now it's on the marquee. Now we've got all the trailers and everything.
Look,
what's The Rock going to do?
They got Daniel Bryan into changing up their plans, and I'm good with it. That's fine. That's absolutely allowed in the game. I
still don't believe that. I trust the process and the fact that the writers are really good at what they do, and that they plan this all along.
The writers get it wrong all the time. All right, they get it wrong all the time.
Not under Triple H's regime. They don't.
Yes, they do, and then they swerve. That's the beautiful thing about doing this is we have seen them change segments within the segment, change directions. So, but regardless of how we got here, I think we have gotten to a spot where not only have they changed it for whatever reason they did, but I also think they're at a point now where if Cody Rhodes doesn't win the belt, it may be the first time that if Cody doesn't win, We Riot is actually real because it's Philly and they're terrifying people in Philadelphia. I think you end up, I told you my fantasy booking this the other day. You're about to have your Avengers Endgame moment where all the people that have been still talking about how they've been done dirty come out to protect Cody's match against Roman. That includes from The Rock. The only question I have is, do they go the route of making it a triple threat, which would not make sense to me right now because you had The Rock and Cody and Roman do their bro moment. I don't know how you walk into making it make sense.
There has to be a tag team. Absolutely. You've got to use Rock in a match. I mean, why bring him back if he's saying he's getting in a ring? He's getting in ring shape. He's got to be in a ring.
I don't disagree, but here's the thing. And I'm not saying you still got weeks to go. But the only match
could put himself in the elimination chamber.
He could.
And it would play into the character if he put himself in there.
It would.
Didn't have to earn it. Didn't do anything. Just decided, you know what? I'm putting myself in.
It would. It would even make more sense if you wanted to give him a little mini feud to lead up to Mania to have him remove somebody else to do it. Right. Imagine here's one. Imagine Rock taking Drew McIntyre out of that match with the whole premise of McIntyre's thing of I've been screwed every turn. Imagine that. Now, if you're going to go tag match, the only one that makes sense right now is Seth and Cody versus Rock and Roman, but you can't do that because you can't do Roman and Cody, even if one's a tag match, twice in the same WrestleMania.
All right. So
nobody wants that.
So I say he takes LA Knight out of Elimination Chamber and points out that he's just a copy of him, wants to be him, and he has a little feud with LA Knight. I think that would be interesting because LA Knight has taken a back seat for a while.
I don't disagree, and I agree that he's taken a back seat. But as you hear every time you hear Samantha say LA Knight and the crowd still hits a massive yeah, LA can't beat Rock in that feud. And I feel like if you give LA as a feeder guppy to one more feud, whatever you have, and forget whether
with all of what they're doing with Seth, you're saying that. Okay, go ahead.
Let me finish the thought. Forget how we personally feel about LA Knight. The goal of the community, the goal of WWE is to get as much out of every wrestler as they can. And if you let LA go get clean beat again, and sometimes the most you can get out of a guy is he's a jobber. That's the best you can get. Dolph Ziggler, best you can get out of this guy is he's a jobber. But LA Knight, for at least a few months, had entire arenas eating out of the palm of his hand, however you feel about him. So if you let that dude lose his, third consecutive feud, actually like fifth dating back to Bray Wyatt or 2 years ago, if you let him lose again, then you have basically handicapped the guy. You've kneecapped the guy, and you'll never get back to where you can use him as even a transitional champ, which he would be great at down the line.
By the way, you're accusing me of something that I'm not doing. And
I'm not accusing you of anything.
No, I have done it, but I'm not doing it. In this case, you put LA Knight against Rock in some way. If he replaces Rock, you add to the people who will help Cody win the match in the end. You add another guy. Right now, you've got Seth Rollins supposedly, and you've got Sammy. So you got two guys.
Kevin Owens?
Yeah, not yet. I mean, that's a possibility.
He has been griping about this the whole time. And I think this, looking back now, it makes sense why none of these guys have let it go. You've also got Jey Uso. You've got now the New Day in the corner with Jey Uso. Not that they would help.
You can build LA Knight more by putting him in this. He doesn't have to lose. There just doesn't have to be an end to the match. I'm just saying you can build him more by doing that. I just don't know. Excuse me. I don't know what they're going to do with The Rock unless they do a tag team or unless he inserts himself into.
If you can talk me into a route where LA Knight gets into a feud with The Rock, doesn't lose, and comes out understandably in Cody's corner, then I'm good with that.
Right.
But to me, if I'm fantasy booking it right now, I am going with The Rock power plays his way in. He takes McIntyre out. McIntyre helps Cody, then immediately turns on him when he's the champion and starts beating his ass.
See,
then you still get heel McIntyre, but he's still involved in that overall story, which is the important one right now.
Yeah, but he wants Seth's belt. I mean, that's the one he says he wants.
Sure, but
what does he care about any of that other stuff?
Gets him closer to Seth. However, he needs to manipulate the game to get into the same place in time as Seth Rollins. He's got the chance to. But again, regardless of who it is, I do think The Rock just power playing himself into Elimination Chamber is an interesting angle. My question mark is, remember, it's in Perth, Australia. Is he flying himself halfway across the world in out of kayfabe, as Dwayne?
All right, here's the thing. He's part of the board now, so he works for the company.
I agree, but that doesn't mean he's not doing everything else.
I think that makes it more of a possibility because he's not just coming in, just doing a couple shots to get ready for WrestleMania. He actually works for the company again. I think because of that, and they want Australia to be big. They want all the international stuff to be big. There's not much bigger than having him there and him doing something. Him in the Elimination Chamber that would be very interesting. And hopefully, I hope that's what happens. The other thing is with the whole Seth thing, do you trust Seth? I mean, the fact that he brought up the Shield, what did he do to the Shield? He betrayed the Shield, both of them. Do you want that guy in your corner when you're going to battle and where there's going to be all this interference? Can you trust that guy?
So the answer on its surface is no. But I also think you have to push off the Seth turns on Cody angle, which I do think is a realistic possibility. I think you have to put that off till after Cody has his moment, right? Like, I don't think you can have that. I think if you have Cody,
but Seth's going to be gone more than likely because of surgery.
No, he's going to be back. He already said he's wrestling at WrestleMania.
No, I mean after WrestleMania. So he would have to betray him.
If he wrestles at WrestleMania, why would he then get the surgery?
No, because he's putting it off till after WrestleMania, the surgery. From what I read,
my understanding is he doesn't have to have it. It's just going to be a harsh rehab between here and March.
We'll see. I think he's getting surgery after WrestleMania, and he's going to disappear for a while. That's what I think.
However it plays out, to have him, if you have built this story for 3 years and Cody finally gets his moment and he's in the ring and he's got that belt up, and then you have Seth pop him in the back with a chair or whatever, then I think you've kind of lightened up a moment you've been waiting 3 years to go with. Now, I'll tell you what I do think is the power play here. Damien's still running around with the damn briefcase.
Absolutely.
He's still running around with the briefcase. He's the one that I'm interested in, because if he doesn't take it off of, and I think Seth's the guy he takes the belt off of, and then Seth moves over to Cody, which would make sense in that case. But if Damian Priest doesn't do something with the briefcase, based on what we've had happen with the briefcase in the last couple of years, they're kind of taking the Money in the Bank briefcase, and they've kind of negated it to being a nothing burger.
All right, there's something else and I know we're doing a lot of fantasy here, but there's something else. Damian comes in and cashes in on a newly crowned, daggone it, why did I forget his name? Scottish superstar. Drew McIntyre wins the belt.
Yeah.
And Damian comes in and cashes.
Oh, we talked about this before the show.
Comes in and cashes and takes it away from Drew, because they've already been battling a little bit. They've been dabbling with that story for the last month with him and Judgment Day and all that kind of stuff. Damian comes in after Drew McIntyre finally wins the championship and takes it from him.
It is so first off, the McIntyre character that you've built, which if you think about it, remember
finally who he needs to be.
I for the record, still think he's a tweener, right? Is he beating the crap out of all the faces? Yes. But he's got very justifiable reasons to do it.
Rob, don't get in his prayers, okay?
The t-shirt's still great.
A tweener doesn't do that. I'm just saying.
I think that you've built McIntyre into a great character who, again, how many times have I said the best bad guys are the bad guys with a point? The best bad guys are the bad guys that are
which is what he's been saying.
Right.
That's the angle he's been going with.
I think if you ultimately end up with a way to put McIntyre in a match with Seth and he takes the belt off of Seth, to then have him immediately drop it to Damian, you have created a way to make Drew McIntyre a monster at that point. Because if he's willing to do all the things he's doing now, like kicking Sami Zayn in the face and costing him a match, if he's willing to do that now, imagine what he does if he's champion for 37 seconds and then loses his belt.
Oh, it'd be great.
He would go ballistic. And that's I think that's what we all want out of this guy.
Yeah.
It's much like I wanted Roman to be when they were trying to make Roman a face. I want a bona fide, certified ass kicking machine.
By the way,
out, kick ass, take names, leave.
When Drew came back and went to NXT, that's what he was. He was the major heel in NXT. I hated him. He was such a good heel in NXT, and then he moved up and then hasn't done it again. And it looks like he's heading that direction. But I love the t-shirts. I love all the angles that they're using on that. Will Jey Uso in Gunther's reign? Because he's got to move up into, or I would think he would move up into the main picture soon.
I don't know how you handle it. Is that going to be? I'm assuming that's going to be an elimination chamber match. I don't think they're taking the belt off of Gunther anywhere but WrestleMania. That whoever dethrones Gunther, that's a WrestleMania moment. You're dethroning the longest reigning Intercontinental Champion of friend of the show Gunther. That's a WrestleMania moment. So my question is, how does Imperium ruin it for Jay and basically create a mini bloodline story that leads to WrestleMania? I do think Jay takes it off of Gunther, and I would not be surprised to see him somehow inserted in the big belt picture. The problem right now is the big belt picture has Cody, Roman, Dwayne, Drew, Seth. Like, you've got.
But there's a reset.
Okay.
A reset will happen after WrestleMania. It usually does.
It usually, I would say this. It usually did. We don't know yet with Triple H because this is going to be the first one where he's truly in charge. And the best thing about Paul Levesque, by the way, we're calling him Paul Levesque now. Did you notice that?
Paul Triple H.
He's Paul Triple H Levesque. The best thing to me about Paul Triple H Levesque's run so far is the long-term booking is finally a thing again. It used to be, it was week-to-week booking, right? You watched it on Monday, you could just watch that episode. It was a standalone episode. Whereas now these stories are trickling on for days, for weeks, for months, for years. I don't know that he is going to pound the reset button after Mania like Vince did so many times. I think there's a good chance that you're still going to see all the same guys in the picture moving on after that.
See, I think maybe Roman is done for a while, even though he barely wrestles anyway, that he'll go away. But maybe he won't. Maybe this is we're going to get the Rock Roman still eventually, because we probably will. There's just so many things they can do. And we're in WrestleMania season. So,
yes, we are.
And it's ramping up, and some things are, I've listened to some other things and read some other things saying that the main event is overshadowing so much of what's going on that all the secondary stuff is like way, way down. And WrestleMania, you usually have some other storylines that are going on that you're equally as interested in. Do you feel that way? Because I do to a degree. They still have time to ramp up some other stuff.
And they will. We still
like with Becky and
right.
Nia and Rhea, they're starting to ramp that up. There are some things that can get up to, and you got Bailey. I mean, so there are some things. This thing is just so big. It's a big shadow.
The thing I think that we've been dialing in on the road to WrestleMania, and that's fine. It is road to WrestleMania season. As if we don't still have a whole ass pay-per-view ahead of us, right? And a big one, by the way.
A week from Saturday.
Yeah, a big one. And we're a week and a half out, and it's still ahead of us. So, no, I mean, I think that, and this is, like I said, Paul Triple H Levesque has done a real good job at mixing short and long-term storytelling. And I think with this much time between here and Philly, there's still a lot that's got to get drawn out. And especially considering you saw how quickly they're willing to change storylines with a single slap, everything changes. And I think that's the best part of wrestling, man. All right, let's take a break. We come back. We wrap this show up. My name is Rob Brown, the Great Lonzo, and the ones and twos. The Rob Brown Show rolls on after this. It is the Fan Upstate. I haven't finished it, obviously, but apparently Sammy Guevara killed Jeff Hardy last night.
Yeah, I saw a clip of it. It did not look good.
No, he was stone cold KO.
No, I haven't seen it. I can tell you Rob hasn't seen it because he hasn't seen anything. It's one of those things, if you miss the window, at least for me, if I miss the window within the first week, maybe the first 2 weeks of being in the theater, then I'm probably going to wait till it comes out on stream. I don't think it's out on stream yet, is it? It could be. Actually, it looks like you can get it on Prime for $20. Not happening. It's actually out on digital now. But they haven't announced the streaming date yet. When it's out on streaming, it looks like it's probably going to be on Max. So I'll definitely watch it when it comes out, and I don't have to pay for it. My plan is to do that, Trey. I'm trying to decide whether tonight or tomorrow night. And for the first time in a while, I'm going with the Rob Brown method, and I don't like it, which means I already know I don't like this movie before I go and see it. And hopefully it will.
Nothing good.
I know, but I'm hoping it's so bad that it's kind of good. That they tried so hard, and it just I still plan on going and seeing it because it's a superhero movie, and I'm curious. And I want to see what Spider-Woman looks like in live action. I mean, I kind of want to see that. We've seen some glimpses. I want to see what she looks like in live action. So I'm not interested in the Madam Web character. I'm interested in the other ones.
I would be. So
I think that would be the weakest of the characters from what I've seen in the trailer. I want to see what the other ones are. I know she's the star of it, but still.
Everything I've read says this is one of the, not just one of the worst movies, Marvel movies, one of the worst comic book movies. And
it's not Marvel though. It's Fox.
Yeah, whatever.
So I Morbius was pretty bad, but it had some good spots.
From what I read, there's no redeeming qualities. It is the exact predictable storyline you think it's going to be. And I saw one guy who said it, who said it feels like a bunch of people who just wanted to be in the movie so they could wear cool costumes. Like they don't really care about the movie or the.
Well, you heard what I just said. I just want to see what
Yeah.
she looks like in the Spider-Woman costume. I just want to see what that looks like. Look at that. You turn around and suddenly it's time for What the X and the
Just
show is
like
over.
that.
Just like, I mean, it's like that. That was a snap in case you didn't sound. It did sound. There we go. Still doesn't sound like a snap. All right. The first thing that's Xing is Garbage Pail Kids.
I have no idea why they're trending. I mean, I remember Garbage Pail Kids. They were trading cards of these gross, dirty little babies, and they were real big for like a while. They were like Pokemon before Pokemon, but I don't know why they're trending.
All right. They're trending because of Amy Schumer. Apparently, her latest pictures or her latest appearance, people are first they said Cabbage Patch Doll, but then other people said Garbage Pail Kids, to the point where Garbage Pail Kids was trending. And then I looked at it and was like, I kind of see it.
I have very conflicting emotions on Amy Schumer.
Yeah, there's sometimes I think she's pretty funny, and then other times it's like I don't.
Yeah.
But if you look at the video or picture or whatever that they're comparing it to,
Yeah.
it's you can see it. You can
Yeah.
definitely see it.
Like I have very conflicting feelings. On one hand, I'm like, all right, there's, like you said, there's times she's very funny, and then there's other times where she's just not. And I feel that way about, honestly, most comedians, because comedy is subjective, and maybe it's just not for me.
Yeah, there's only.
But I also don't feel like everybody needs to constantly kick the crap out of her. If it's not for you, move on. Don't pay attention.
All right, still it's the internet, and it was
That's
kinda,
also true.
It was kind of funny. There's only been a couple of comedians in the history of mankind for me who were always funny, like Robin Williams.
Yeah.
Always funny. All right. The next thing that's by the way, look it up. She does look like a Cabbage Patch or a Garbage Pail.
I just did, and from what I am looking at, this lady is probably dealing with a from what I'm reading and seeing, this is the result of a steroid injection for an infection, which makes sense. Jerry Lewis had the same thing happen to him one time where he came out and his face was very swollen.
Yeah.
And after everybody started beating up on him, he was like, yo, I'm taking medication for a real health problem right now.
All right.
And I suspect it's probably the same thing.
All right. Way to bring it back to earth. Look at it anyway. It still looks like it. And watch out for the rage. The next thing that's Xing, ironically, is X-Men 97.
Yeah, I've seen a lot about X-Men 97 and this Deadpool 3 movie being either an introduction to, or it's just going to take place around that concept of the X-Men.
All right, so X-Men 97 is a continuation of that series. If you watch X-Men back in the day, the animated series.
With one of the greatest theme songs to any show ever.
This is a continuation of it. They just dropped the release date. The first episode airs March 20th. So we are like a month away from being able to see it. I got a heavy metal version on my Spotify.
Dude, the original
that rocks.
was heavy
No. There's one even heavier than that with double bass and stuff. It's really cool. All right. The next thing and final thing that's Xing is Chris Farley.
Is this his date of passing?
Birth. Would have been his birthday.
Chris Farley. All right. I am not again, comedy being subjective. I'm not a big physical comedy guy. It's not really my bag, except Chris Farley.
Yeah.
For whatever reason, when Farley threw himself through a wall or a table or a door or ripped a coat jacket or whatever he was doing, it was funny every time. And I think it may have just been because, and I'm sorry to say it, but I'm allowed to because I'm fat. Fat guys are funny. Like, fat guys are inherently funny. That is it comes along. As Lonzo likes to point out, you got to be sturdy to be jolly. All right. And Farley, I think, kind of like if you took if you took Chris Hemsworth and had him do Chris Farley gags, they wouldn't work.
Well, we did see Chris Hemsworth fat.
That's true.
We did see that.
And it was the funniest version of Chris Hemsworth.
It was pretty funny.
His entrance on David Letterman lives rent free in my head. When he was losing it and he picked up an audience member and ran away with them for no reason. One of the funniest things that's ever happened on live television.
Yeah, he would have been 60 today.
Chris Farley, GOAT level. That's it for us, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks for hanging out. Hope you enjoy the show. We'll be back tomorrow to do it all over again, but better. For Lonzo, my name is Rob Brown. Have a lovely rest of your Thursday. Don't drink and drive. I'll punch you in the face. See you back here tomorrow on the Rob Brown Show and the Fan Upstate. Yeah!
The trailer's out too. I'm gonna go watch the trailer when
Do they use that song?
Yeah, they're gonna use the song. I mean, it's supposedly a continuation of that series, just with better animation.
All right, dudes and dudettes, you guys are awesome. Kevin, good to see you, man. Welcome in. Good to have you in the stream, bud. That's it for us. We're up out of here. I got to do work, and then I got a client meeting in like an hour. Yay! Have a good rest of your day. See you later. Goodbye.